Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the day 2 of Shiptek 2022. I am Sonia Das. As we are on March 8th today, I wish all the lovely women in this hall a very happy International Women's Day on behalf of Shiptek 2022 and on my personal behalf as well. After an immensely charged up session yesterday with some of the enthralling presentations delivered by a few of the top minds from the industry, along with an evening of recognizing some of the best organizations and individuals during Shiptek Awards ceremony, today won't be less, as we again have another great lineup of speakers who will take you through some of the burning hot topics in the industry. Before moving towards the presentation, let me mention about our sponsors and supporters of Shiptek 2022. Our gold sponsors, ADNOC LNS and NGI, National General Insurance Company. Silver sponsors, JAMS, Jordan Academy for Maritime Studies, Lukoil Marine Lubricants, and the Hawks Private UAE. Our bronze sponsors, American Bureau of Shipping and Bureau Veritas. Badge and lanyard sponsor, Bahari. Registration sponsor, WinGD. Lunch and coffee sponsor, Asyad Dry Dock. Our conference session sponsors, StormGeo, Stag Marine, and Tomini Shipping. Our associate sponsors, Class NK, Al Bawadi Daman, Heritage Group, Fosrams, SSI, Saifi, Fishte & Co., Al Nashwan, Dolphin Ship Management and Consultancy Private Limited, India. Our strategic media, Marasi News, Media Partners, Robin Asafina Magazine, Trademaker, CIO Insights, Callspot.com, Expo Rooms, Petrofinder, Sailor Today, World Oils, Financial Nigeria, Green Journal, Green Match, Oasis, Refiner Link, Hellenic Shipping News, UFO, Project Cargo Network, Cargo Connections, and Bunker Spot. Our supporting partners, Young Ship UAE, DCMMI, Fonsaba, DSAA, International Freight Network, the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers ICS, Specialist Freight Network, World Freight Network, Conqueror Freight Network, Globalia Logistics Network, the Cooperative Logistics Network. A round of applause, please, for our sponsors. Today, we'll have a total of 9 paper presentations followed by a Q&A session. The conference sessions are sponsored by StormGeo, Stag Marine, and Tomini Shipping. So without any further ado, let's dive in. To chair this session, let me call upon our esteemed moderator, Mr. Jagmeet Makkar. Mr. Jagmeet Makkar is the academic chair at Indian Maritime University, a shipping expert with extensive knowledge and experience. He is the chairman of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, Hong Kong branch, chairman of the Logistics and Maritime Arbitration Committee of HKCICA, board member of Global Met, Vista Hong Kong, and ambassador Asia of Baltic Expert Witness Association of the Baltic Exchange. He contributes to the maritime industry as an expert witness, practicing arbitrator, consultant, and educator. He is on the panel of a number of arbitration institutions, including LMAA, SCMA, CMAC, HKIAC, and HKMAG. His diverse industry exposure has earned him fellow member status such as ICS, RENA, IMAREI, HKIARB, and CIARB, etc. Before pursuing a master's degree in energy, trade, and finance in 2016 from prestigious Cass Business School, London, and launching his own firms, Pastiche Holdings Limited and Skills Plus, Mr. Jagmeet worked as the co-head of chartering and global head of shipping assets of the Noble Group. He's a regular speaker at various international events and has contributed to a number of publications. Sir, I request you to kindly join me on stage and to take over the dais as our moderator. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Sonia, for these kind words. And I don't know whether I have the sort of energy that Sonia has that we saw yesterday, full of energy and the smiles. All right. So coming back to today's session, our first speaker for today is Dr. Abdul Rahim, Managing Director of Middle East and South Asia Class NK. May I request you, sir, to please join us on the stage. Dr. Rahim began his career as a naval architect with Cochin Shipyard in India, building Panamax bulk carriers and the first generation of double-hull tankers. Later, after receiving his master's and doctoral degrees from Hiroshima University, he joined Class NK in Tokyo and has been with Class NK for the last 27 years in Tokyo as well as Singapore, London, and Mumbai. He was appointed as the corporate officer in 2020 and is currently managing director for Middle East and South Asia based in Dubai. In the past, he received the Singapore Joint RENA and Imarest Branch Award and the Stanley Gray Medal of the Imarest for his works on the development of advanced structural rules, the forerunner of the IX Common Structural Rules, the CSR. He represented Japan in ISO STEP development program and was member of several national programs in Japan as well as IX working groups. He has published more than 70 technical papers, research papers, mainly on ship structures. He is a chartered engineer as well as the fellow of the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology, which is Imarest, UK. And of course, the Royal Institution of Naval Architects, RENA, UK. Thank you, Dr. Rahim, for joining us today. And ladies and gentlemen, can you please give him a big round of applause and welcome him? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Makar, for the kind words. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rahim from Class NK, and today I'll be talking about digitalization and autonomous ships. There are quite a number of smart ship technologies or smart technologies being used in shipping. Some of them I have shown here. One is drones, which is used for ship inspection, then remote survey technology for remote survey, and then digital twins, which runs simulations using real-time data and AI, which leads to optimum cost-effective solutions. Then, of course, the autonomous ships, which everybody is talking these days. Digitalization, though everybody is telling, it's a little difficult and it has its own challenges. One is the fragmented approach, because data capturing and transmission by software solutions providers are fragmented. It's bits and pieces. And lack of harmonization, because there is no format in which the data is transferred. It comes in all different kinds of formats. Then the lack of framework. There is no rules and regulations for the data ownership and data distribution among stakeholders. So there's a lot of problems associated with digitalization. And this is the scenario that you can see in ships today. There are several data collecting sources from engine room, from cargo control room, or from the bridge. And it all goes through different servers within the ship. And it uses different software applications within the ship. And then it goes to shore platforms. So possibly the same data, the basic data is transferred several times over and over again from the same ship to different applications. So what we are planned is to have a shipboard server which collects all the data from the ship, put it in a specific format, and then send it to a shore platform. We call it the ship data center. And so that it collects the data, then distributes the data to necessary people so that it is much more efficient and effective. So the ship data center, we call it ShipDC, is actually centralizing the data from ships to a shore-based platform. Then standardization of data received from the ships are done there. Then it is facilitating big data platform to co-create new solutions. I should tell you that in 2015, almost 6 years ago, Klassen established the world's first ship data center for the maritime industry. And this is how it works. As you can see, the data comes from different sources, different digital twins, fleet monitoring systems, and others. When it comes to ship data center automatically converts. Whichever format it comes in, it converts to a standard ISO format. And then the weather data is added, and it is kept as a massive database. And then, as and when necessary, it is sent out to shipping companies or shipyards or whoever involved through APIs, we call it application protocol interfaces. So this is what a ship data center is doing. Now, coming to digital twin. So it is the successful implementation of digitalization, and the definition of digital twin is there. It's a dynamic software model of a physical thing or system that relies on data to understand its state, respond to challenges, improve operations, and add value. This is what a digital twin does. And some of the key components, one is the asset model, that is the actual digital model. Then the sensors and actuators data that comes into the system. Then the data related to the design, building, and operation. And finally, the analytics itself, which predicts, describes, and prescribes the behavior of the asset with physical and machine learning model. This is what a digital twin does. These are the kind of digital twins. First is the component twin. Say, for example, a rotor or a blade can be a component twin. Then we have the asset twin. Say, for example, a turbine or motor itself is an asset twin. Or a system or unit twin. Say, for example, a ship or a crude unit. That can be a system twin. And finally, we have the process twin. That is, the manufacturing processes are digitalized. Now let me show you an example of the component twin. If you look at the top line, that's the main engine. While working, of course, it has some minor wear and tear that is being detected. Then once it extends beyond a certain period of time without giving much attention, the machine may stop, and finally it can lead to breakdown or shorten the life of the machine. So using a digital twin, what we are doing is we can run the same simulation in a very short time, in a couple of minutes, by feeding different parameters. So rather than the fixed time duration for the machine to break down, we can identify the problem in a couple of minutes or maybe in a couple of hours. Then they can take the corrective action. So when that data is fed to the bottom, as you can see here, the system gives a pre-warning. In the real space, in the engine room, it gives a pre-warning. Then the crew can do the root cause analysis and take a preventive action. And finally, the machine will continue to operate without any downtime. This is how a digital twin helps breakdowns in a ship up to a certain extent, because they can predict something is going to happen maybe within the next 24 hours or 48 hours, so that gives enough time for the crew to take corrective action. And one such digital twin I want to show you is the Klassen Maxus LCA. It is for the main engine, developed by Mitsui Engineering and Shipbuilding. What it does is, it gives a pre-warning to the system so that preventive action can be taken and the engine continues to operate normally. Because what it does is, it collects the data and sends to some systems which automatically monitor the engine running, and if there is any abnormalities, it picks up flags and informs the people or gives automatic warning, telling that the machine is having some problem somewhere, and also it can pinpoint what exactly, which bearing or which pump or where the system is, where the fault is, so they can take corrective action. Now let me go to an asset twin. So it is a ship's bridge. This familiar with anyone who knows about ship. There's so many equipments there: radar, voice recorder, camera, IGDs, and whatnot. So in the digital space, all these are replicated now on a real-time basis. So the ship manager sitting in his office in some part of the world can monitor his ship wherever it is around the world. And some of the advantages, real-time ship's bridge information is viewed in virtual space. Then the VDR data analytics could prevent incidents because it is giving you feedback well in advance of what is going on. And one such example is on the right side. It is jointly developed by NAPA. It's a global maritime software service and data analytics company. And Danelec Marine, which is a manufacturer of voyage data recorders, IGDIS, and ship-to-shore solutions. So they have combined and announced in 2018 a complete end-to-end Internet of Things cloud solution for ship performance analysis and optimization. It is used on quite a number of ships these days, and so that you can predict the performance of the vessel. Now let me go into the digital concept, how it actually works on board the ship. The top is the real space. So you have all the design, construction, and operation data, which is sent to the ship data center I was mentioning before. And we have a concept called Big Data Open Platform. It's a consortium of about 63 companies, including some foreign companies based in Japan. And as for each ship, the entire lifetime data is fed into the system so that at any point, we can pick out the data of the ship. So it is combined with the digital twins in the digital space. So in digital space, we are doing the analysis. We are doing the real-time simulation, and then it is fed back to the actual ship. And so based on this data, they can optimize the voyage operation, they can do maintenance and survey. I'm from the class society, so one of the biggest advantages we have is we can use this for condition-based survey. Rather than opening up a machine or a machinery or equipment within a span of, say, 5 years or 3 years, whatever it is, we know the exact condition of that component, and if that is running well, there is no need to open up. So it opens up the possibility of condition-based monitoring. That is what we are doing now. Now let me go into my second topic, autonomous ships. So a lot of technology, sensing technology, AI, and Internet of Ships have made rapid progress. It has been widely used in other industries, mainly automobile and aircraft industry. They are well advanced. So maritime industry is trying to catch up. So R&D for autonomous ships has been actively carried out globally. One of the main reasons is to reduce the dependence on human elements. Then already it is on the development stage. Quite a number of projects are ongoing in Japan. I will tell about a couple of projects towards the end of my presentation. And the first group of projects are organized by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism. We call it MLIT in Japan. And the second one is the Meguri 2040 project, supported by the Nippon Foundation. So, almost all Japanese shipyard, shipbuilding companies, and other entities, research institutes, they are all part of these projects. Now, the target for autonomy, when you say autonomous ships, what can be automated? So, for example, from the deck side, the navigation, radio communication, steering, etc. can be automated. Then port entry and departure can be automated. Then hull-related maintenance, patrol, cleaning, etc. can be automated. Then the cargo management can be automated. And from the engine side, again, navigation, the main engine operation, response to alarm, recording, and all those things can be automated. Then the port entry, departure related, say changeover of fuel oil or main engine load adjustment, all these can be automated. Now, this is a comparison between the degree of autonomous as discussed at IMO and that being done by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism in Japan. In IMO, degree 1 is ship with automated processes and decision support. And degree 2 is remotely controlled ship with seafarers on board. Degree 3 is remotely controlled ship without seafarers on board. And degree 4 is fully autonomous ships. And in MLIT, there are 3 phases. First is ships utilizing Internet of Things technology for easy communication. Second one is ships that support the crew by remote maneuvering from land or action proposing functions through artificial intelligence and other related technologies, but the final decision is made by the crew on board. And phase 3, highly autonomous ships, which a system can make the final decision for some tasks in place of the crew. So these are the 3 phases that is being tested out, and I'm going to show the examples of. Now, when it comes to level of autonomy, you can see the automated operation system within the red square. So we are feeding the information that is collected from different sources. Then the system makes a situation awareness study. Then a decision is made and action is taken, and the action is conveyed to actuators to execute the action. So in these phases, in case 1, the computer system does the situation awareness, whereas decision and action is taken by humans. In case 2, the situation awareness can be done, the computer system or the human, and then decision and action is taken by human. And in the case 3, everything is done by the computer system. So that is the final stage of automation. One of the key factors in autonomous ships is safety of the ships. So the ISO guides safety as no unacceptable risk. That is the definition of safety. That is, you have to eliminate unacceptable risks, especially for the crew in case of conventional ships, and the cooperation between system and crew in the case of autonomous ships. And crew, they are governed by STCW. So that can be modified to take care of that. Whereas in an autonomous ships, if the system partially replaces the capability of the crew, then how the system achieves these capability requirements, which is somewhat similar to STCW, and this is an important viewpoint to think about. There are different types of safety. One, the intrinsically safe, because we are reducing or eliminating the cause of the machine interaction. Each system works on its own. So for example, boat, it doesn't interact. The train, it doesn't interact. The people and pedestrians, they all don't interact each other. Whereas in a functionally safe system, you have to ensure that an acceptable level of safety is introduced by having functional devices. So for example, in this case, in a level cross, you have the signals, you have the what you call stopping arm. So these are the 2 basic concepts that we have to take care of. Now, safety in normal condition and safety in emergency. In normal condition, the minimum requirements are defined in advance, so it's easy to meet. Whereas in an emergency condition, the situation is already below the predefined minimum requirements. That is the safety requirements in normal condition. So it is important not to make the situation worse. So that is an important aspect of that. Then this is a small schematics, relationship between the operation design domain, the minimum risk condition, and the minimum risk maneuver. As you can see in the middle, the ODD area, that is the normal operation range when the ship operates. And it can fall out within the green lines. That is the minimum risk condition. So that you can still manage. And the problem is when it falls into the red zone beyond the green lines. So that is the emergency situation. Then we need the minimum risk maneuver to put it back, to fall back into the MRC normal condition. So this is what we are trying to achieve in automating a ship. So then how to verify the safety equivalent to humans? For humans, it's very easy. So we are doing risk assessment to evaluate that. So it's necessary to devise ways to carry out risk assessment effectively and efficiently. So that means we have to ensure the safety of the basic elements. Some of them are target of automated ship operation of ships, division of roles between humans and systems, so on and so forth. So that means the risk assessment needs to be done based on the functional requirement specifications. And we have carried out extensive study over the years and issued a guideline in January 2020 for autonomous ships. And that is what is shown. It is available in our website. It's free to download. If you go there, you can download it if you are interested. Now let me come to the pilot projects. As you can see on top of the scale, from 2019 to 2040, the ultimate aim is at the bottom corner. That is, Japan want to do 50% of their domestic coastal vessels to operate without any crew on board in 2040. That is the aim. So all these projects are inching towards that. And on the left side, you can see some of the Maritime Autonomous Surface Ships Initiative, some of the trials that started actually in 2019. Then the DFFAS project is another group of projects that is ongoing. And our ultimate aim is 2040. Excuse me. Now let me show you some of the. This is the world's first maritime autonomous surface ship trial performed in accordance with the IMO's interim guidelines for mass trials in 2019. This was done on the ship called Iris Leader. It is a NYK ship, that is Nippon Yusen Kabushiki Kaisha. NYK Lines, it is one of the largest shipping companies in the world. And they have used their car carrier, PCTC, 70,000 gross tonnage. And it was navigated day and night using the Sherpa system that they have developed. And this particular test was carried out between Shinsha in China and Yokohama in Japan in 2 stages. The first stage was between Yonagunijima Island and Ashizuri Island. That took about 3 days. And the second part is between Nagoya and Yokohama. That took about 4 days. So they have carried out quite a number of tests. One of the most recent tests, it's a pilot project that carried out in January this year, that is about 2 months ago. Here the partners were Marubeni, Triangle, Mitsui Engineering and Shipbuilding, and the city of Yokosuka. So they have done autonomous shipping of a passenger boat between New Mikasa Port and Sarishima Island in Yokosuka City. And they have carried out fully autonomous ship operation, including unberthing, navigation, collision avoidance, and berthing for this passenger vessel. The next one again is in January 2022. Here the partners were Mitsubishi Shipbuilding in collaboration with Shin Nihonkai Ferry. They used their vessel, MV Sorail. It's a 222-meter long passenger ferry. And it went from Shimonji in Kitakyushu to Yonada. That's about 240 kilometers. It was a 7-hour sail at a maximum speed of 26 knots. And here they have tried out autonomous port berthing and unberthing, high-speed navigation system, sensor imaging system that detects other ships, even in darkness, then remote engine monitoring system, cyber security system, so on and so forth. So quite a number of systems were tested out. This is also a part of the Meguri 2040 projects. Then another one they carried out on 6th and 7th of February last month with Mitsui OSK Lines and Sunflower Shiretoko. That is the name of the ferry that we have used. It's a 190-meter long passenger ferry of 11,000 gross tonnage. It is so far the longest and furthest autonomous navigation trials carried out, about 466 miles over 18 hours. This ferry was running without any outside intervention. Between Tomakomai Port in Hokkaido and Owari Port in central Japan. So here they have carried out autonomous port berthing and unberthing, collision avoidance routing systems, visual image processing system. Then they have tested out drones carrying mooring line from ship to dock when they are mooring. So all these were carried out as part of this trial. With this, actually tomorrow, another major project is going to be carried out in Japan. That is a 3-day-long trial. And maybe soon you will get some press release, maybe within this week. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
It's almost like the Shinkansen, like exactly 20.01. Any questions? Okay. That's Captain Abhay, yes.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the very insightful presentation. The question which I need to ask you is, we at ADNOC were given a presentation a couple of weeks back on autonomous ships itself. Now, one of the prerequisites for a vessel to work with ADNOC is the class certification and the class approvals of the building stage. And when we asked them this question, the service provider, they said still class has to still come on board and approve this officially and give the certificate of class to those kind of vessels. So I would just want to know, how is class NK and what is your take on that, on all the different 4 classes of vessels? Are you actually issuing your certification to these autonomous vessels? Thank you.
At the current point of time, no. Because autonomous ships in international shipping is yet to take off. It is going to take maybe at least a decade before it becomes the norm, mainly because there are so many international conventions involved. So for example, the minimum safe manning certificate. For all ships we need. The main purpose of having autonomous ships is to reduce the number of crew. So again, we have to go back to IMO, and that process takes. So that's why bits and pieces, different countries are doing it. Because within Japan, the Japanese government controls everything. So they don't need the IMO instruments to do that. That's why all these trials are happening within the waters of Japan. And their aim, as I mentioned before, 50% crewless ships within 2040. So that percentage is likely to go up in the coming years. So based on that, Japanese government will formulate their own rules and requirements for these ferries, and later on they will take it to IMO to regularize it. Once that happens, then the class societies start certifying that. So it's a long process.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. That was really, really interesting. And by the way, I'm Captain Arun Pushkarna from Vahana Offshore. My question is, all these trials have been tried out in Japan or in the close vicinity. If you look at the support systems to make these autonomous vessels deliver what they're required to do, how much is the percentage of reliance on shore-based systems and instrumentation vis-a-vis the instrumentation and systems which are on board the vessel? Because if you were to trade worldwide, obviously the whole world needs to have that kind of infrastructure in place. So what is the percentage distribution?
Actually, autonomous ships can be considered as an advanced version of, say, drones, autonomous drones. So you need not have worldwide presence. It can be, say, for example, one Japanese ship owner. He may have a base in one of his offices in Japan. From there, through satellite navigation, he can communicate with the ship wherever it is. So for the first NVK ship, which went from China to Yokohama, it was done all from Yokohama in Japan. Because the only need is you need a reliable communication link and a backup system in case the communication fails. So that's all necessary. So you don't need worldwide systems for that. So any local system, any local company can have that system in their premises, and they can control their ships using data communications.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
My question, sir, is more basic rather than the more technical side of the presentation. Having been involved with using ships, I feel that ship is like a hotel where the cargo comes to live and gets transported into different ports. Now, if you come to think of it today, there are different kinds of ships moving around in the world. Now, when people talk of land transportation, they talk about Uber kind of concept of technology. In ships, there is one link which is still missing, if I may give you my experience. All the ships today are pretty much satellite tracked. Till today, when you look for a ship to even load out 5,000 freight tons of your pipes, you are basically still banking on the broker market. You do not have the data which tells you which ship is in which part of the world, how much of its belly is still waiting for cargo, which is the nearest port when they can come in and pick up without steaming down another 20 days. This basic fundamental data is actually missing in the world. Now, you are talking about ships which are going to be navigated without people. Let's talk about those ships which has its crew, but they do not know how to even operate the cargo properly. I've done work for countries like Yemen. You go to a port like that, even the stevedoring function do not marry with the port's function vis-a-vis the ships. Pardon me for this longish question, but then my view is, how can technology help us to first spot the ships where they are? I'm told Bitcoin has apparently invested about $40 million with one organization to spot ships in different parts of the world. The second question is, as a sequel to it, how do you check out the ship's capability to handle certain amount of cargo or a certain type of cargo? And that has to correlate with the port's facility. Many a times it's like an elephant with 6 blind men trying to figure out which cargo can be handled in which port. People do not know.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me ask the second question first. Any ship has certificates and a stability booklet and cargo loading manual, which clearly says which cargo carried on board and which tanks can be used for carrying which cargo. So that is very clear. And some uncertainties arise because some of the cargoes, especially the chemical cargoes, they may be having different commercial names. So all the names may not be listed. At that time, there can be some complications, but still, immediately, if you refer back to your classification society, they can clearly tell whether that ship can carry this particular cargo or not. But about the port which can receive that is still in an uncertain area because many of the port facilities are not well documented. So that can be a problem. But that, I think, currently is tackled on a case-to-case basis. I think only the charterer or somebody knows about that. If I answered my second question. And the first question was on?
Thank you, sir. The other question that you said is actually a very big problem statement, and it gives me so much happiness that there are people looking at the future. You know, when we compare, may I?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
When we compare the land-based transportation with the sea transportation, there are few things which we, out at sea, we still have to overcome in the maritime industry. One is, of course, the different jurisdictions. Our cars are not going in different jurisdictions. Our trucks are not going at that much that we do. That's number one. Second thing, the standardization, as you rightly mentioned, sir. Standardization is the biggest issue that we have in shipping. Then to have the Uber model for shipping, future, like when I was listening to Mr. Chatterjee, the thought came in my mind was, it's like Da Vinci thinking about the future. It's very much possible, but it's going to take time. You know, we got various issues. One point which comes up after you spoke, I would like to add here. The entire shipping industry or the maritime law has developed over a period of time, the case law, right? The insurance, whom to put the blame on. If something goes wrong, if you're going to have autonomous ships, there are going to be algorithms. There'll be people sitting ashore making those algorithms. If something goes wrong and there's a liability issue, where you go? There are a number of unanswered questions at this moment. But the thought process, Mr. Chatterjee, is absolutely right. If it can be done here, why can't it not be done elsewhere? Though there are a number of bottlenecks. You know, the types of the cargoes, the dangerous cargoes or not, how do you handle a number of things, but we are moving towards that.
Thank you for answering the question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Good morning. Thank you very much. Let me just add a comment to my colleague and clarify the real answer to these questions. Oil majors have what we call a fleet optimizations utilization tools. So the commercial performance of a vessel is measured by those three factors: optimization, utilization, and commercial gain. So the answer to the first question is, we have this in system, but of course it's a very complexity in terms of technology and software, expensive, but it is used day to day. The second part about the suitability of the cargo at the port, we have something called port clearance. So no vessels moves in the world now, in the oil major, without port clearance request. The port clearance have into it the content and the suitability of each cargo to each vessels, to where geographical position is, to the port that's going to carry from, to the port that's going to goes to. So that's what we call a port clearance and a vessel optimization. These two together are real and active and running, and been running for the last 10 years. And that's what the success of people like BP and Shell, because they have these tools on all the time. Small companies perhaps find it a bit cumbersome and a bit of a headache, but the reality is there are these tools available and they are already in use, and that's what answers my colleague's question. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
Since the microphone is here, I just wanted to add that we are a small technology company and we're working with a marine partner to address this issue of locating the vessels.
Can you put it closer?
Sorry, yeah. So I was saying we are a small technology company and we're working with a marine partner to build a solution on identifying the location of the vessels based on the messages exchanged by the charterers. So I'm happy to share more about what we do in this space. But I agree with the previous comment that there's a lot to be done and we should continue investing in technology to enhance the solutions if they're not ready yet.
No more questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rahim. Thank you so much for such a fantastic presentation, sir. I learned a lot. Can we... Right. At present, I think there are more questions than answers to where we are going. It's a very interesting area. So we move on to our next presentation. And this is going to be by Captain Abhay Nimbalkar, who is a specialist in marine support vessels at the ADNOC Group. A master mariner with over 20 years of experience in the maritime industry, Captain Abhay is currently working with the ADNOC Group. He is a strong believer in innovation through digitalization, who has created SharpArc.ai, software that deals with crew safety and well-being. This is one sentence which goes right in here. The crew safety and well-being. He is a strong advocate of ESG compliance in the maritime industry with a vision of creating a decarbonized world for future generations. Captain, all yours.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I think I'm going to echo Sonia's statement here and wish all the ladies here and at the counter outside a very happy International Women's Day. They definitely require an applause. The focus this year is breaking the bias from what I understand. And I wish all you ladies all the very best as you achieve this. Thank you all for supporting us as mothers, as daughters and wives. Yeah, it's a great time to celebrate this. Okay, the topic here is ESG. We must have heard a lot about it yesterday. Let me start this off with a small story, what happened just last week while I was having a cup of coffee with a friend of mine. And this is a very dear friend of mine. He works for a shipping company in the finance division, a very renowned shipping company with over about 70 odd vessels. And when we were having coffee, he looked very distressed, and he looks very stressed out. And when I asked him what the reason was, he refused to answer. It took me a little bit of cajoling for him to actually give me the answer. And he told me that on behalf of the company, for the last 3 months, he'd been going to a very renowned bank to get a loan for the marine assets they wished to buy. And for the last 3 months, he had been rejected every day. This comes as a surprise to me. Why should a shipping company of that stature be refused a loan from a very reputed bank? The answer was that the shipping company, did not have an ESG plan. The bankers kept asking them the question and they couldn't come up with an answer. To the extent that the loan officer asked my friend which was the car he drove, not wanting to know what his status was, but wanting to know as to what their green initiatives are. That is the reality today we face. Now let's look at what the industry has to say about ESG. Okay, the Reuters in October 2021 said that the shipping industry faces ESG heat from lenders. Peter Jameson, who's the partners with the Boston Consulting Group, who were the consultants for the COP26 UN Climate Summit, very famously said, ESG-driven requests are already prompting more action from the banks. Shipping is already feeling it, and the shipping companies, are under pressure now. As per a recent HSBC survey which was carried out in 2020 on sustainable finance investing, half of the investing institutions around the world argue that factoring environment and social issues into their strategies improves portfolio returns and lowers investment risks. Gentlemen, Norway, which has a 1.4 trillion wealth front, has exited hundreds of companies over the past decade to avoid environment, social, and governance risk itself. This was reported by Bloomberg just a few months back. My good friend from ABS yesterday, Chris Greenwood, specifically spoke about ESG excellence, on how a high ESG score is linked to a high shareholder return. There was a lot of talk for those people who did not attend yesterday on ESG. Now, what is ESG and how is it related to the maritime industry itself? The term ESG refers to active corporate involvement and the establishment of strategies and corporate practices that focus on environment, social, and corporate governance. All right? In the maritime world, similar to other industries, ESG reporting covers topics such as recycling, greenhouse gas emissions, other pollutants, ecological impacts, business ethics, importantly, employee health and safety, as well as accident and safety management. Now, let us look at it again and deep dive into this from a marine perspective. All right? Now, let us start off with the environment perspective. Now, today, the transportation industry is responsible for 17% of the greenhouse gas emissions, out of which the shipping industry itself contributes 2 to 3%, which is equivalent to the greenhouse gas that is emitted by the country of the size of Germany. So what are the factors with regards to the environment which one needs to look at? Investment in green technologies, air emissions and quality, waste management. How do you actually manage your waste on board the vessels? What is your fuel and energy efficiency plans? What are you doing with regards to the protection of the marine environment itself? Now let me go down to the second cause, which is the social, which is again very close to my heart being a seafarer. There are approximately 6 fatalities per 100 million work hours on board ships, which is 10 times the industry average. Extensive use of temporary employment agencies and short-term contracts weaken the workers' rights to and their ability to organize. Shipping routes itself are very high risk and require a greater focus on security practices. Moreover, shipping is a very male-dominated industry. So how do you look at the social cause? So these are the things which one needs to take. Onboard health and safety, seafarers' well-being, like Mr. Jasmeet rightly pointed out, human rights, support of the local communities, and supply chain management. Finally, gentlemen, governance. As an industry, shipping is highly vulnerable to corruption and the demand of facilitation payments, a vulnerability that increases with the widespread use of agents, brokers, and intermediaries in the industry itself. So what are the factors again? Transparency in use of third-party mergers, business ethics, diversity, organization, and corporate structure are a few. Now we're talking all about ESG. What is driving ESG in the maritime sphere itself? Let's look at that. The IMO, the International Maritime Organization, like again, we heard it multiple times yesterday, the 2050 strategy aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50% as compared to the 2008 levels. The European Union Sustainable Finance Regulation is part of the EU Green Deal and aims to link ESG performance of the companies with their access to financing. And the third, very important, is the Poseidon Principles. The initiative now has 29 signatories, covering over 50% of the global ship finance, out of which 11 leading banks jointly represent US 100 billion in loans, have come together to establish the Poseidon Principles. These are applicable to lessors, lenders, financial guarantors. As a result, the Poseidon Principles enable financial institutions to align their ship finance portfolios with responsible environment behavior itself. Now, accessing ships finance requires a transition from mainstream investment to sustainable investment. Okay, I read this report about PricewaterhouseCoopers on the insights of ESG consideration. Focus on the S and the G element of your activities is what they say. Highlight strong ESG performance not directly linked to the environment. Look at health and safety on board your vessels. Crew welfare, fleet utilization, community investments, risk management and internal control, and your ethics. Commit to targets, increase transparency, and most important, I just love this, avoid greenwashing. Avoid using unsubstantiated or misleading terms such as green, sustainable in your reports and in your websites. Ensure you can support and justify with relevant data the environmental friendly practices that you can claim to follow. This is a typical example of what an ESG, I just took it off the net. Maersk is one of the companies that I happen to work with, and I just love the strategies, what they come from, their commitments, their social, and their governance. It is just impeccable. No wonder they're perhaps one of the leading shipping companies in the world. But today, a lot has spoken yesterday about the environment. And I don't think they've been great speakers. I don't think I'm going to speak much about the environment part of ESG, but I'm going to speak about the social cause. This is very important to me. The S part of ESG, which is very close to my heart, being a seafarer myself, on how we can actually improve health and safety on board our vessels so that these are the people who can benefit, the social side of ESG. I would like to remind this very august gathering, and I presume that some of you, or a majority of you, come from a shipping background itself, that today we sit here in this beautiful venue in our lovely shiny suits because these are the people that supported us throughout our journey. These are the people who helped us navigate the dangers at sea when we first came out as cadets. These are the people when we said abandon ship or stations forward and aft, without a blink of the eye, went ahead and did the job. It is time that we did something for them. It's time we looked at the social side of ESG, not only from a very strategic point of view, but from a very humane approach. Has COVID-19 taught us a thing or two about humanity and probably how we need to come together to find a sustainable solution? I keep talking about, and I have been talking about, crew safety. Till one fine day, somebody asked me, what have you done individually for crew safety? We keep talking, what action are we taking? Gentlemen, I come from India, the land of the Mahatma, who famously preached, be the change you wish in the world. Be the change you wish in the world. And what happened? In the year 2020, just a group of very simple mariners, very ordinary people like myself. One of them is sitting here, Captain Abhijit. We sat down together, just the three of us. Okay, 2 mariners and a software gentleman. And what did we develop? We developed Shiptek.ai. Okay, now what is Shiptek.ai? As you can see, that's a mobile phone. It took us 2 years to build this. We were nobodies, but just with an intent. What did we do? We wanted it to be available to our seafarers. Again, we did not belong to classification societies. We went up to Apple and told them that this is what we have. And in 72 hours, they put it up on the App Store. If you have your mobile phones today, you can look Shiptek.ai and you'll probably be able to download it. And what did we do with this data? We picked up this data and put this in this beautiful business intelligence dashboard and gave insights. We gave trainings, we gave quiz, we motivated the crew to do something, and each crew is responsible for his own safety. And this is how the Shiptek.ai, the process works. Marine crew reports hazards, near misses, incidents, positive findings through Shiptek mobile application, currently, which is available in the Android and the Apple Store. The reports are analyzed on an AI model, real time, and business intelligence dashboard that can be accessed by the shore-based management. And many more. You can go down to Shiptek.ai and you can actually find out. But the purpose is not to explain this. The purpose is action and intent, which I'd want to see. If a bunch of ordinary people can do this, we can go very much further. And gentlemen, what keeps me awake at night is this. When we did our beta testing on board vessels, we got some brilliant feedback from them. This is testimony that when we have an intent, when there's a purpose, where there's a will, there is a way for sure. Finally, I would like to summarize and say ESG is more than ticking the boxes. It's about making a difference for your business and our world. Creating sustained outcomes that drive value and fuel growth. while strengthening our environment and societies. ESG is more than good intentions. It's about creating a tangible, practical plan that achieves real results. Success is not about climate change, diversity, and disclosures alone. It's about embedding these principles and more across your business, from investment to sustainable innovation, bringing together your best people and the smartest technology so you can see, go deeper, and act swiftly, enabling you to tackle the biggest challenges of today and capture the best opportunities of tomorrow. Let's act together today. Thank you very much.
I think we can spend the whole day. I can't let him go without any questions. What's the difference between CSR and ESG in terms of what you have been trying to say?
I think ESG basically is, in my humble opinion, from what I have known, is driven by the financial institutions as of now. And it's no more an option. CSR would be an option within the company's framework itself. But what is being driven today, and what I said about the lenders and the financiers today itself pushing for this, is perhaps we are more, as an industry, very regulatory driven. We still are today. And perhaps the banks are using ESG more as a regulatory process than the CSR.
Any questions, please? Yep.
Yeah, morning, and thank you for a very energizing presentation. Maybe you should do mine as well later on. Yeah. I just wonder, right, with the ESG, it's a very noble topic and we've been talking about it for years, but if you see where the industry is, banks finance assets, assets have a hedge fund owner, there is a commercial guy involved, a couple of managers, technical, commercial people, and then you have the procurement within the big oil companies like ADNOC, you know. So it's so fragmented and so layered. How is this going to work? Because for me, that's one of the main reasons why it isn't working. Everybody has a 1 year horizon or 2 years at best, right? So I think that's something that needs addressing, maybe through a regulatory framework, but at the moment the market is so fragmented, no one's really, for the sake of a better word, not really interested.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And that's when I started off and I spoke about the conversation which I had with a friend of mine. That itself took me back because I didn't know. It's so fragmented today that I myself did not know till I actually saw a used case being happening. So yes, it is fragmented today, but we all need to come together to find a solution. And perhaps time will tell, but time is running out the way I see it. And we all need to be prepared for the lenders being asking us this question. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for this amazing presentation. So I have one question. How we encourage seafarers for the speaking up? Because as we know, like it's non-official of sometimes in some company, if any of the seafarers spoke up about some situations which didn't like or not going well, it will turn on punishment for not getting to join on board again. So how we ensure that seafarers don't suffer when speaking up and raising situations which aren't going well on board?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I faced this myself. And yes, in every organization, especially the seafaring organization, people tend to hold back because of that fear which you're talking about. And I would just like to deal with this in what we did, all right? When we tried and built this software, we realized, there were seafarers at the other end of the spectrum. So what we made sure that if a seafarer wants to actually communicate with the management through the software, he can use an anonymous function which is there, so that the message gets conveyed, and at the same time, the person, his identity is not revealed. So yes, that is a question. It's not going to happen today or tomorrow, but we're slowly working towards that, because that will be the end game where people actually start speaking to us without that fear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abhay, as usual, your energy is really, really amazing. I mean, you energize the whole room. While this is still going on, let me ask a question on the importance of sharing information, like you said. I think it's a pressing need right now. We all know an accident takes place today. And if you pick up the phone and call your counterpart in the company and say, look, you had an accident, 5 people got hurt. Can you tell me what went wrong so that I can save the next 5 people? And the answer, probably with no disrespect to anyone, would be, well, it's under insurance and we can't talk about it. You know, this kind of evasiveness of sharing information, it literally permeates the entire industry. And we are, all of us, and I say this without reservations, all of us guilty of this. Very, very few people come together. Now, the platform which you have created is so powerful, and you just said that I would like everyone to come together. So is it a possibility that well-meaning companies, well-meaning owners, well-meaning managers can come to you and say, right, let's all put our heads together and say, we will report facts and we will report it in this. There are so many platforms. Now, this is one of the platforms, yes? There is the IADC platform, there is the, the IMCA platforms, everything about near-miss reporting, safety reporting, etc. But how do we get people to buy in? What is the uniqueness in this Shipark.ai which allows people to come into that without that inhibitions?
All right, Kapushkana, thank you for that question. That is something, again, which we dealt with, is to get this information, you have to motivate the crew. Why should a crew actually, after a hard days of work, actually come down and start reporting, start doing the training, start taking the quizzes? So the point here starts off with is we developed a recognition model within the framework itself. So every time you actually made a report or you did a training, you got a certain number of points. So you could be differentiated from the rest. So there was a motivation platform there, okay, which recognizes each crew who's taking part in this. So that is the first part, is how we actually motivate people, because without data, anywhere, we're just blind. We need data. We need data coming from our frontline workers, right? And the second part of your question was, how do we share this data? That is essential. Yes, I was going through the Shell website where they actually share the learning from incidents, and that is brilliant. And perhaps leaders yourself can, take the bait and move ahead, and we're all here to support that. But yes, we have to come together to find a solution, which I rightfully agree with you is currently lacking.
Thanks. Maybe over coffee? Yeah.
All right.
Thank you very much, Captain. The question was, how do you motivate the crew? Generally, when I'm in the conferences, whether it is technical, techno-commercial, commercial-technical, etc., or the HR, the focus is always on the crew. You go to IMO, there's STCW, all about crew, people on board the ship. How do we motivate them? The man managers, if they are man managers, one chaotic mind trying to manage so many other chaotic minds, how much effort are we making to make sure that our people ashore, who are the man managers, have the adequate training and the mindset and the attitude to be able to carry their people on board the ship with them, to be able to lend their shoulder for the crew to fire upon, to be open, motivate them? Any views on that, sir?
Yes. today at ADNOC itself, I probably being, as you must have seen, a marine vessel specialist. So we have a lot of vessels. We don't own the vessels, so the vessels are owned by our contractors. And we rightly said, whenever there is an issue on board the vessel, whether somebody has to sign off or somebody is having issues at home, which we all do, or somebody is just stressed out at work, do we have the necessary man management to deal with it? The answer is no. Do we have specialized people in the office to deal with it? No. Who are the people dealing with it today are the vessel superintendents. Yeah? The vessel superintendents today are operational people. Do they have the soft skills of actually talking to the crew and calming them down when they are at sea? So that definitely, we talk about crew training, yes, but I think we need to look at training of our management also, of our people, of our vessel superintendents, of our contractors, and how they can actually look at these soft skills and make a difference to the crew.
I would like to hear a couple of more views on this specific topic about man management.
Thank you, sir. It's one of the interesting thing which you just spoke about on the motivation part of it, and it's certainly very critical. I truly believe that because if you look at about 2 decades back, if you ask me to use the phone, maybe just for the sake of dialing a number, I'll use the phone. But today I have a phone. Every member in this house have a phone and is always on the phone swiping around. The reason behind that is that we have made it simplified. Simplification is one of the key approach which we need to take in to ensure that every aspects or every activity, when a person is doing it, he is able to achieve it in a more precise manner. Similarly, when it comes to the shipping aspects, the tanker operations or the dry cargo operations, how are we addressing it? That's one of the things which is very important. Motivation is key, but then what is a support tool which has been provided at our end? We have been talking about digitization. We have been talking very high about various aspects of digitizing. It's all commercial aspects of it. But are we investing in the crew aspects of it? That yes, I wanted to simplify it in such a way that my crew is able to perform well in accordance with what I require. We don't do that. We want to motivate. We wanted to have training. We wanted to do a lot of stuff to do that. But then what is needed at this time is that can we break that processes, that complex process into simpler ones and tell the crew that yes, this is the way you do it and that's the only way to do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Or we move on to the next one. So my takeaway from your presentation is walk the talk. Right?
Absolutely.
Am I
Spot on.
spot on? All right. So we need to walk the talk. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Abhishek. Abhay, sorry, not Abhishek. All right. So next I would like to invite Mr. Hesham Mustafa, Sales Manager, Middle East, Storm Geo. Hesham Mustafa started his career sailing at sea with Kuwait Oil Tanker Company as a deck officer. After 5 years at sea, he decided to start a shore career and joined Canoe Shipping Agencies in Abu Dhabi offices for 4 years. He soon moved to Dubai and joined Rolls-Royce Marine, then Aalborg Industries, for a total of 7 years, selling marine equipment for Middle Eastern ship managers, ship owners. He then spent 2 years with Peninsula Petroleum Handling Bunker Trading in Vancouver as a business development manager for the Western Canadian region. In 2019, he joined the Dubai-based Marcura Group as a global sales manager before moving to Storm Geo as their sales manager for the Middle East, Africa, and Turkey since March 2021. Hesham, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I guess it's proper for me to congratulate women on the International Women's Day. Representing StormGeo here, it's a company that was born almost 25 years ago by a woman from Norway. And the company was sold last year for $450 million, which I'm sure is great motivation for all the women in the room. I'll start by an introduction of StormGeo, and then I'll move on from there. So from the simple beginnings in Bergen, through more than 2 decades of uninterrupted growth, StormGeo has become a respected leader in weather intelligence and advanced data science worldwide. StormGeo's years of experience has provided an in-depth knowledge and understanding of our clients' work environments. We are fine-tuned to provide solutions that give our clients the competitive advantage they need to meet the challenges of a quickly changing global land and seascape. This places StormGeo in the heart of two of the strongest trends of the 21st century: climate change and digitalization. StormGeo started in 1997 as Storm Weather Center, a spin-off of Norway's largest commercial broadcaster, TV2, which is headquartered in Bergen, Norway. This slide shows you the story of StormGeo. We were founded on May 1997, so this year we will celebrate our silver jubilee, 25 years. From our beginnings, we moved on to acquisitions, where we acquired in 2011 the Middle East company Met Consultancy, and that's when we moved into the Middle East. In 2012, we acquired a Houston-based weather forecast company, Impact Weather. In 2014, we acquired Applied Weather Technology, which is a routing company, an American routing company. And in 2018, we acquired the Norwegian charts and publications company, Notisk. And in the same year as well, we were selected in the United Nations Global Compact program, which I'll talk about in the next slide. In 2019, we partnered with DNV and we acquired their fleet performance team. And in 2019, we acquired a Brazilian company that does weather forecast as well. And then last year, June of last year, we were acquired by Alfa Laval. In 2018, StormGeo was selected as a participant in the UN Global Compact, committing to ocean sustainability as a contributor to the Action Platform for Sustainable Ocean Business. As 75% of our work is done on the ocean, we're working to keep those waters clean. Our passion for weather and the protection of natural resources motivates us to support our clients in making informed, environmentally responsible business decisions. Each year, we route 70,000 voyages, helping to save 2.2 million metric tons of fuel and reducing emissions by 6.7 million metric tons of CO2. This slide here shows you our S-Suite solution, which comprises of 3 platforms: S-Planner, S-Insight, and S-Routing. S-Planner is charts and publications. S-Insight covers fleet performance, and S-Routing, as the name says, covers the routing service. Last year, we have reached 70,000 voyages. We have our optimizing software on board 4,500 vessels, BVS, known as BVS. We also have supplied digital solutions to 3,000 vessels. We have 5,000 vessels with our onboard reporting system, and 3,500 vessels that participate in our fleet performance management solution. I will now play you a video that explains to you how S-Suite works.
StormGeo's S-Suite is an integrated one-stop shipping solution, including voyage planning and onboard route optimization, route advisory services, and fleet performance management, available on one single platform. With a single data source, S-Suite improves transparency between vessel and shore, enabling ship owners, ship managers, and operators to achieve cost savings while keeping their fleet safe and compliant. The S-Planner module within S-Suite improves efficiency both on board and on shore by streamlining the passage planning workflow for the voyage ahead. S-Routing advisory services support both the captain and the vessel operator to find the optimal route to ensure safety and fuel efficiency, considering vessel characteristics, weather, fuel costs, and required time of arrival. All data collected on board is visible in real time through the S-Insight module, giving the vessel owner, operator, and manager timely, actionable information so they can maximize both voyage and vessel performance. S-Insight's reliable data reporting system ensures the fleet is always compliant. StormGeo's Fleet Performance Center provides comprehensive fleet monitoring alerts and reports for maximum vessel performance throughout the voyage. When a voyage is complete, S-Suite delivers detailed reports with voyage return on investment, emission analysis, and overall fleet performance. Unlock the value of your data with StormGeo's S-Suite. Contact StormGeo today to make timely and cost-saving decisions before, during, and after a voyage.
Decarbonization requirements are becoming stricter. We see that all the time. Regulations are getting into force. With IMO starting January of next year, EEXI and CII, the EU with the ETS. We also see cargo owners participating in the decarbonization journey with the Sea Cargo Charter and the CDP, the Carbon Disclosure Project, which is 20 years old now, covering based both in Germany, US, and UK, and it helps companies and cities disclose their environmental impact on the planet. We also have seen financing and banks give certain facilities to green ships for new ship owners who are out in the market buying new ships. So how our services support the decarb story, from voyage planning to execution. Our platforms help with pre-voyage calculation, whether it's an owner or an operator. We have solutions as voyage calculator through our solution. We also do voyage planning through the voyage by using S-Planner, the charts, and S-Insight, our fleet performance solution. We also offer voyage optimization, reducing the CO2 emissions through our services, S-Routing, S-Insight, and the Performance Center alerts, which I'll cover later on, and the S-Insight reporting tool. Post-voyage analysis as well is a service that we offer, including end-of-voyage reports and the S-Insight CII dashboard, which was released beginning of this month. This is how our dashboard looks like. And as you can see, that the CII ratings are going to get stricter year by year, all the way down to 2030. For our current clients who are using our fleet performance system, they have access now to our CII dashboard, where they can see the current rating of their vessel, whether A, B, C, D, or E, and the projection rating for next year as well. So we apply 2% reduction factor per year on these parameters. Our solution as planner includes BVS, the Bon Voyage system software. This software is installed on board the vessel, and it's left up to the crew to optimize and plan their voyage themselves in relation to the weather forecast. S-Insight is our fleet performance solution. We have different modules. The technical module, which is mostly used by ship owners and operators, offers data analysis for the performance of the vessel. We also have the commercial and environmental modules, which are used mostly by ship charterers. And then finally, we also have the Performance Center Alert Service. This service is embedded into our S-Insight solution, where it monitors the quality of the data. And if any misinformation that's being uploaded by the vessel, it alerts us. We have project managers who will monitor these alerts, and then they will filter them and validate them and send them back to the vessel and to the head office. S-Routing is our solution for routing. We have different types of routing services. We are by far the largest weather routing company in the world today. We have the classic service, which is an optimum route recommendation and monitoring to execute and monitor the voyage against the charter party warranty. We have a FOS service, which is the fuel optimization service. It monitors and recommends the voyage with minimum fuel time cost by making dynamic decisions on voyage speed based on requirement of ETA, laycan days, and other operational factors. We also have a new service that we introduced last year called SPR, Strategic Power Routing. And this service sends a recommendation to the vessel by maintaining constant power, optimize fuel consumption, and reduce emissions by adjusting the RPM based on track and weather forecast. We currently have a team of routing analysts, and today I have one of them with me who is based in the Philippines. We opened an office in the Philippines last year. We're growing our team. At the moment, we are 638 employees, and this number keeps going up. We're in 16 countries, 25 offices. These route analysts are available 24/7, every day of the year. They understand unique operational requirements of both at sea and import. We also offer end-of-voyage analysis through voyage performance reports and claim support. I will now play you a small video on our service SPR.
StormGeo presents the next step in the evolution of routing, strategic power routing. Strategic power routing allows your vessel to sail on constant power and under safe conditions, enhancing fuel efficiency and reducing GHG emissions without compromising your arrival window. By taking numerous weather conditions into account, strategic power routing calculates statistical speed loss to recommend an RPM, revolutions per minute, that stabilizes power and fuel consumption, rather than allowing them to spike. Imagine you're driving on a flat road. Your car needs a constant amount of power to maintain a certain speed. When the car goes uphill, it needs more power to maintain that speed. If you want to maintain constant power, you have to slow down. Similarly, when a vessel meets heavy weather, sea or currents, it has to use more power to maintain its speed, increasing fuel consumption and emissions. To keep these elements constant, strategic power routing recommends the optimum adjustments to an engine's RPM. StormGeo's route analysts use advanced algorithms to predict weather and currents at each point of a voyage. This weather data, combined with your arrival window, determines the most efficient RPM for your vessel. Strategic power routing is a key solution within StormGeo S-Suite. Contact StormGeo to get started with strategic power routing.
As you can see, at our heart, we are a weather forecast technology company that do data analytics, and we are looking forward to help all the ship owners around the world in the decarbonization journey. Thank you very much for your attention. I just have one last comment I'd like to share. Starting out as a test project in 2009, weather routing was introduced to assist the masters in choosing the most efficient sailing route And after 10 years, the service has saved Odfjell, the Norwegian shipping company, 86,000 metric tons of fuel and $18 million in savings. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Hisham. Any questions, please? Okay, I'll start with one. Okay, Abhay. Let's start with Abhay first.
Hey, Isham, thank you very much. Now, from what I understand is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that these are basically for ocean-going vessels, Storm Geo, the S-suit which you had. Now, do you have something specifically for the offshore industry? Okay, because today, downtime, weather downtime is one of the biggest issues or the challenges that we face. So, is Storm Geo doing something like this in the offshore industry as of today?
Yes, we do. We do have a solution for the offshore industry as well. Yes. It's a different division within the company. I am working for shipping, which is commercial vessels, ocean-going vessels, but we do have a solution for the offshore as well fleet.
Would you be able to tell us a little bit more about the offshore
I'm not involved in it, but I can definitely connect you with our office here in Dubai who does offshore.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Sean. I think your presentation was great, but there's a competitive world around there where data becomes a power tomorrow or in the coming days. How would you say the data integrity is maintained by Storm Geo, and who will own the processed data? And you're collecting a lot of data, it's processed through AI and machine learning and so on, and you get a processed data, which is the byproduct. Who will own that data? And that becomes a very powerful tool going in the future.
That's a very interesting question. Thank you very much. At the moment, in terms of the fleet performance solution, the vessels report through our S-Log software on a daily basis, pretty much like a noon report that the vessel sends to the owner. This data is saved on our servers. And on the routing side as well, we save all the track for the vessel and all the performance of the vessel during the voyage. But this data is owned by the client. We just host the data, but we also use the data for analytics, but under anonymous feed. So no one else would know, other clients, what they do with their fleet.
Any other question? Now, I'm going to say from the commercial hat and then the arbitrator's hat that I wear. The commercial hat is we have to make sure the charter party clause with regards to speed and consumption is properly worded. It is worded in such a way that the person who on one side of the charter party has a similar interpretation as the other one on the other side of the charter party. Not only that, if a layman, reasonable layman under the English law, if he or she reads it, the interpretation is quite similar. Because the moment we have, that's the starting point always in terms of speed and consumption claims. That's so very important. And the second thing, which generally we find is, when the reports are coming to the arbitrator, when there is a claim, it gets so difficult for the arbitrator to even understand all this technology. So the first inclination or the preference is to look at the deck logs, unless, of course, the parties have agreed in the charter party clause, which will be final and binding, not only the calculations, but also not only the data, but also the calculation. It's a little bit complicated over there. But one of the very interesting cases which have happened where the judge, and in speed and consumption claims, most of the time there's just arbitration. It doesn't go to the court. But in this particular case, Ocean Virgo, I think, the case went to the court, and the judge, rather than giving the ratio, rather than giving the judgment, he also put it alongside what we call is the obiter dicta. It's the views. And he said exactly what we have seen here. He said that if there is a technology which is available and the vessel has performed just for few hours, very insignificant amount of good weather time, and if you can reasonably predict the performance of the ship during the bad weather, charterers may have a claim. So I think good analysis, good data definitely is very, very helpful. Just last one before we go for tea. How many ships are actually in a position to comply with 1st of January 2023? And for those who have not yet done the calculations and taken the, whether it is ESD or EPL or whatever, what recommendation you have for them?
So commercial going vessels have, ocean-going vessels have been reporting MRV and DCS from 2017 and 2018. So there's a lot of data that's backed, and we use this data to rate the vessels on the CII pattern. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's break for a cup of coffee or tea, and then let's be back by 11:45. Thank you so much.
Requesting all to kindly be seated as we will be beginning in another minute. Welcome back. Hope you all enjoyed the tea break. I request again our moderator, Mr. Jagmeet, to kindly join us on stage. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Sonia. We are running a bit late, but doesn't matter because we started late. So I'm going to be inviting yesterday's moderator. And it's easy to moderate, as I can see. Now you come and speak. Then we will see what you do. All right. Captain Thomas started career with Shipping Corporation of India, sailed on oil chemical tankers throughout his career. He has been working ashore for the last 12 years in various capacities, including training and chemical tanker operations. Currently heading the Synergy Middle East, DMCC, which was recently set up in Dubai. That we know very well. He got the Deal of the Year award. Okay. Additionally, he is also serving in the capacity of operation head for chemical tanker operation and a board member of MOL Synergy joint venture. He believes harnessing a digital culture is key for the maritime industry for its sustainability, has been involved in various projects, including the latest one in process automation for chemical tanker stowage, developed an auto cargo allocation software for chemical tanker along with the in-house team, which helps in preparing a chemical parcel tanker stowage within minutes, which otherwise takes hours. Captain Thomas Verkes.
Greetings to one and all again. It's been a privilege to be a part of this event for the last 2 days. Yes, sir, I completely agree that moderating is quite easy rather than speaking. Yeah. So just to give a brief about Synergy before I start with my presentation. Synergy, head office in Singapore. We have 25 offices across the globe with 500 plus vessels managed across 6 DOCs and 19,000 seafarers on board. Of these 500 plus vessels, we manage about 250 plus tankers, 3 LNG ships, and then 20 plus LPGs, and the rest of them on the dry. So that's a brief about Synergy. So let me take a topic on what I was quite amazed, in fact, this is topic what we have been discussing from yesterday. So when Shiptek approached me that you need to share a paper presentation this time also, as you did last. So I was just wondering, last time I was talking about automation and digitization, so that was one of the things and which we had developed at our end, and I thought it's good to give a bit of a projection on what we have done there. And then this time I know that the burning topic is more on the sustainability part of it, but I didn't realize that most of them will be talking about that. It's not only about me. So if that would have been the case, I would have been happy to take that panel membership, which was opted. I thought it would have been easier rather than going for speaking on this. But yes, having said that, environmental sustainability, yes, this is one of the areas of concern, if you say, and that's the reason that we are seeing people keep talking about it. And it's a social responsibility which we have towards each other. If not for us, it's for the generation which is to come. And certainly there is something which we need to do it at this end, to address right now, to ensure that our children and our grandchildren are safe. So, but when we talk about the CO2, that's the one. So when we talk about the carbon footprint, we all talk it as a terminology, but then in terms of the numbers or quantifying it, that what is it, or what is the numbers which you're looking at, so that's something which I've not spoken about. So as per the data what we have, we believe that 51 billion tons of carbon is emitted on an year-on-year basis, and that's only increasing and not decreasing. So that's somewhere, that's a concern which we have, and then we need to address it on an immediate basis. So, or at least to start off or initiate on an immediate basis to ensure that we are on the right pathway. So out of this 51 billion tons of emission, If we look into it, the major concern which we're looking at is on the temperature rise against the CO2 emissions. So the temperature rise against the CO2 emission, if you look into it, so 3.8 degree rise of temperature against a concentration of 790 ppm V. So if a CO2 concentration of 790 ppm V increases the temperature of 3.8 degrees, that's a major concern. So we know that, okay, what is the number what we have in terms of the catastrophic possibilities which might come in, we don't know. But then we know that if the drain of a bathtub is closed and if the tap is running, it's overflowing. So somewhere we need to address either by closing the tap or opening the drain. So one of the options has to be taken into account. So but in terms of the breakup, where do we stand? Like, we know that, okay, there is 51 billion tons of carbon which is emitted on a year-on-year basis. But then in terms of the emission part of it, how is it distributed? How is the CO2 distributed? So on the transportation side, it's about 16%, growing things 19%, electricity 27%, manufacturing 31%, heat, cooling, refrigeration 7%. So that's the breakup which we have in terms of the CO2 footprints, which is being contributed by the various industries. And what are the R&D for the technologies we need? So in order to curb on this carbon emission, hydrogen produced without emitting carbon, grid-scale electricity, advanced biofuels, zero-carbon steel, plant and cell-based meat and dairy, zero-carbon fertilizers. So these are the list of the things where we need to even innovate to ensure that we reach to the path, we take that path and we reach to an outcome which we are all desire on. In terms of the shipping part of it, where do we stand and what is the contribution which the shipping make? The transportation, if you look into it, if we talk about 16% of it, out of the 16%, 3% is the contribution which the shipping is making at their end. And if we continue in the same way as we are today, so we know that, okay, there's an increase of about 15 to 250% of it. So the shipping status quo and the projections, that's what we're looking at. So the only way to resolve this is by decarbonizing that. So the international shipping targets, we know there is a problem, and we know that, okay, we need to resolve it. So there's a reason where the IMO has come out with a target here. Target of transportation efficiency compared to 2008, at least 40% improvement by 2030, 70% improvement by 2050, and target of total annual GHG emission compared to 2008, at least 50% reduction by 2050, efforts for zero emission at this earliest in the century. What are the short-term measures in place in order to ensure that we're able to achieve the target which we are in now? So there are two aspects which we need to take into account. So we have spoken about it quite a long, but then I have a different angle to it today in my presentation. So when we compare to this technical approach and the operational approach which we have in place, whether that's the right approach, if that's the right approach, then what is it that additional which we need to do ensure that the definition is appropriately made and the targets or the outcomes has been achieved basis how we are defining this on the technical and the operational aspects of it. So introducing the energy efficiency index, we all know we have been speaking about it. Operational approach, the CII ratings, which we have been speaking about on this. So both these approaches, is basically to identify and improving the design, and the operational approach help in putting the control measures to the existing design to achieve the desired output. So there is a design constraint and we need to improvise on that, and at the same time, currently what are the control measures which we can take in place? That's how the operational approach has been put into place. So in terms of the concept of the EEDI, CO2 emissions gram when ship sails transport 1 ton cargo for 1 nautical mile. So there are two measures which we need to take into account, or the two definitions which we need to understand here. One is the attained EEXI and one is a required EEXI. The attained EEXI is the parameter which every ship has to actually ensure that you follow that. Required is as per the ship's, each ship's type and the dead weight. So attained EEXI is what we calculate to identify whether the control measure is what needed when compared against the required EEXI. So engine power for this, okay, the technical thing has already been covered, so we're just giving a brief on this further. So 75% of the rated installed power in cases where the propulsion system is diesel electric or steam turbine. PM is 83% of MPP or MCR. In case where EPL is installed, then it's 83% of the limited installed power. And in terms of the speed part of it, ship speed at PME under the maximum summer load draft for container ships under 70% dead weight. In case where both of tank test results and speed trial results are not available, and approximate ship speed, including margin of the speed reference, is to be calculated by simple formula. The parameters of the formulas are based on the ship's type, dead weight, and the MCR. So now there are a few areas or the challenges which we tend to face out here in terms of the calculations of the EDI. So when we calculate this EEDI, we know that, okay, either I achieve that attained EEDI against that required EEDI basis the percentage what we have, or I need to reduce the power. The reducing the power is what we're talking about, the EPL. So, but then is reducing the power the right approach what we have? So if that's the thing, then what about the maneuverability of the vessel? So will it affect the maneuverability of the vessel? So that's one thing which we may have to look into it. So take an example that, okay, if I have about, if I have to reduce my speed to 83% of the 75% of MCR, does it affect my steering capability of the vessel? So there are a few areas which we need to address. So in order to ensure that that aspect is also taken into consideration, that is where the MPP came into picture, the minimum propulsion power. So the minimum propulsion power which is required at any point of time. So that's one thing which I must address. But then when we talk about the minimum propulsion power here, so then we speak about what about the weather conditions? Does the draft of the vessel affect the propulsion of the vessel? So is the weather condition taken into consideration? So like, okay, if a minimum propulsion power is being calculated basis the calm sea condition, so in case of a heavy weather condition, if the vessel encounters a weather which is of a Beaufort scale of 6 and above, does this MPP does apply there? Or if it's not the case, then what is an action additional, what we call measures which we need to take? So these are the challenges which we have in terms of the EEDI gray points. So the level 1 assessment certainly is about the straight line regression. So it's a simple formula which they have created in a straight line regression to at the lower end of the pre-EEDI installed power for various ships sizes. So this is what the assessment what we have at this present stage, but when it comes to the level 2 assessment, so this is what it is supposed to have, like we need to get into level 2 assessment, where the definition of the required advanced speed in headwinds and waves, ensuring course keeping in all waves and wind directions is required, assessment whether the installed power is sufficient to achieve the above required advanced speed. So this is the level of assessment which is required, but level 1 assessment which we have it right now. So second thing, as a gray point, what you've seen is on the EEDI baselines. So we have an EEDI baselines which we have based the required ship's type and the dead weight of the vessel. But then if you look at the dead weight of the vessel here, it's more simplified. It doesn't give me a clear picture whether it takes into account all type of vessels, or it only takes into account a bracket in terms of the type of the vessels, in terms of the size of the vessels. So here we see that if you look into it, the regressions what we have here, it's only for specific each ship type and for all ship type in a category. However, smaller size ships weigh much more on the regression than the larger ship size, simply due to the fewer number of larger ships. So since there is a fewer number of larger ships, so what the data tells me here is that if I take a VLCC into consideration, the EEDI of a VLCC will also can drop further down. So that means I can have a maximum efficiency power. So it says that it's about 10% of it. So at this baseline of the calculation what we have,
the ship has to drop the EEDI by 10% more than other ships in all EEDI phases going forward. So that means the VLCC has to drop its EEDI by 10% in comparison to the other ships in all EEDI phases. That means phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, in all EEDI, it has to cover that. So that's again an area of concern. But yes, I understand that the IMO is working on it, and there is an adjustment factor which they are looking at to ensure that that data is covered. But at the same time, we need to look into it that EEDI is more of a theoretical index. So theoretical index doesn't take into account the dynamics of it, the weather conditions of it. So if we wanted to take the reference line, so the reference line doesn't speak about the weather aspects of it. So is the EEDI value which I have, is it correctly being represented? If it is not, what is that which we need to do? So that is where the theory, so because it's a snapshot of the ship performance and rarely used draft. So hence, the ships with similar EEDI has a different performance in real sea conditions. So if I look at two ships having a same EEDI, if I have taken a theoretical index into consideration, but in actual real ship's condition, you will find a difference there. So that is where we may have to see some additional measures which we need to take. So that is where the weather coefficient has to come, a measure of drop in ship speed at 75% MCR in weather conditions at before 6. So we need to apply that weather coefficient to the existing EEDI. So to ensure that we are able to get the realistic conditions or the realistic values of it rather than going by the theoretical values. And then we have the operational indices. Certainly this has still not been implemented by across the board, but this is one thing which we measure at our end. That's the energy efficiency operational index. So it doesn't go by the cargo, what we call a dead weight, but it goes by the cargo carriage. So it takes the other indices at the same as what the EEXI takes, but at the same time, but here, instead of going by the dead weights, it takes the cargo specific actual amount of cargo which is carried. And then total CO2 emitted at the actual voyage speed, not at 75% MCR is estimated. So way ahead, can EEDI be improved? Yes, there is a scope there. Intention to push designer to design more efficient ship. That is where that, okay, whenever we have the design constraints here, the design constraints has to be addressed by designing more efficient ships. Consider EEDI as a design constraint rather than an optimization. So how do we achieve CO2 reduction? EEDI must be linked more closely with the operation of a ship in real weather conditions, which I spoke about earlier. And some studies suggest that the effectiveness of the EEDI in improving efficiency so far might be quite small, on the order of 3%. While this may be because EEDI is a theoretical design index, it does increase the awareness of the energy efficiency. And then obviously reduce fuel consumption, evaluate the vessel operation profile, and then eventually hull lines and propulsion system should be evaluated. Will be for a set of realistic draft and speed conditions, which are representation of the operation profile of the vessel. So this is about the EEDI part of it. So now I'll just walk you through the CII. So CII is one thing which will be enforced from 2023. CII requirements will take effect for all cargoes, cruise vessels above 5,000 GT and trading internationally. The CII measures how efficiently ship transport goods or passengers and then given in gram of CO2 emitted per cargo capacity and nautical mile. The ship is then given an annual rating from A to E, whereby the rating thresholds will become increasingly stringent towards 2030. While the EEXI is a one-time certification targeting design parameters, the CII addresses the actual emission in operation. So as we all know, the CII will keep, the ratings will keep changing for the specific vessels. The reason the ratings will keep changing is because of the reduction factor which is going, IMO is going to put in place. So the reduction factors for year on year is going to be different. Like today, from 2023, if it is 5%, the reduction factor will come down to 7% and then 10% and 11%. So as it becomes stringent, so your vessel will get pushed further towards that, towards either D or E if you're performing at the sea level. So we need to ensure that the control measures are in place as we, as year on a year basis, or there has been some technological innovation which has to come in to ensure that we are able to maintain into the specific bracket there. This is what the calculation is, we have a reference line, CII reference line, then there's a reduction factor which I spoke about, which will keep changing on an year-to-year basis, then what is the required CII. So the required CII is again calculated against your attained CII, and then cross-checked against rating boundary. These rating boundaries are the ones which has been evaluated on a year-on-year basis, where we have D1 as A, D2 as B, D3 as C, D4 as D. So it has to be within these boundaries. Okay, so now, having heard about all this in terms of the challenges, the EEDIs, the CIIs, the monitoring, the DCS data, what is required to put in place, what is it that Synergy is doing at its end to ensure that we are able to align ourselves to the requirement and provide that operational efficiency for the customers which you're working with. So we, along with Alpha Ori, that's Synergy in partnership, Alpha Ori has developed or has partnered with Alpha Ori in the technological evolutions and various innovation projects which we have. So these are the projects in or the products in offering. There's a Smart Ship, the Smart Voyager, and the Ship Arm system. The Smart Ship is IoT big data platform and the applications, hardware and software installation, technical, commercial, and operator basis. Smart Voyager is a software which is there on board the vessel. There is no hardware installations to that. And there is an algorithm which has been developed to provide specific guidance to the vessels to see that to ensure that they're able to save on the bunkers as and when required, depending on the conditions which they're. The Ship Arm is a ERP software for ship management. What do the smart ships does? It collects sensor-level data across the ship systems, create contextual insights and data-driven decision-making. So all this data through an IoT platform, it is received onto the shore side. It creates an insight out of it, and then it is able to produce and grow through. Productivity is provided and growth through this application. So that means an enhancement is given through that. So in terms of the cost-saving part of it, so this is what the TFOC application is. That's a part of a smart ship, which is one of the most important module, increasing efficiency of vessel through the recommendations provided by the system and ship heading and the ship's guidance. So we have this TFOC application, which is installed in the smart ship product. And this TFOC application, what it does is, it gives a guidance on the ship's heading and the speed, ship's heading and speed. I should say that in a 3 minutes sector, where it is able to provide you the guidance on the weather conditions and what is the evasive actions which we need to take, what are the course to be followed, what is the speed to be followed. So in terms of to ensure that the fuel saving aspects of it is still in line with how the model has been developed. Then the key voyage metrics, including real-time savings and benchmark against the given references. The process flow chart for the fuel optimization using smart ships. So you need to create a voyage plan, identify the benchmark consumptions, execute advice for the fuel optimizations, and then analyze voyage to arrive at saving. TFOC, in terms of the Alpha Ori, how they have done it till now, and what is the saving. So this is the quantifiable number which we have. So 44 companies are using this product. There is a 9.1% of fuel saving which we have, 36,026 CO2 saved metric tons, and $5.78 million worth of saving which we have declared, or the customers have declared. So this is, again, that's fine. So this is where, in terms of the EEXI and the CII, what are we doing at our end in terms of collection of data and giving inferences to the customer to ensure that they are able to track where the ship stands and what is that which they need to do to ensure that they are able to maintain a certain bar as per the rating which has been given. So it measures the annual efficiency ratio. So all this data has been collected into the system, and it provides the data. It's similar to what StormGeo is doing, but this is a product which we also have it in our module. And these are a few of the pages, the dashboards which we have, which provides you more inference on how each vessels are doing. And it also even gives you the energy efficiency operating index. So the calculation is not only done at the CI level, also at the EOI, where at the cargo in a loaded condition and in a ballast condition, the calculations are done and seen in terms of the CO2 emission. So if you look into the next page here, so it gives you the ballast leg, what is the emission, laden emissions and total emissions, which is that, and eventually giving you the CO2 per ton nautical miles. This is for the final snapshot we have on the Smart Ship product offering. Speed, fuel consumption curve, provide hull performance monitoring, the smart notifications, the fuel optimization, voyage plan simulator, and vessel performance. So we have this entire module installed in our system, and the customers are quite happy to have this, and even a few of the clients who has attended the sessions here yesterday is using there and quite happy with this product. So in case of any further discussions on this, we can always take it offline. We can have further discussions on that. But yeah, so what I'm trying to say here is that we are all in a path to ensure that that CO2 footprint, which has to reduce, and what is the digital solution which we need to provide at our end. So that digital solution we are all embarked into, and ensure that we are digitalizing ourselves to decarbonize. So that's the end of my presentation. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Not only as a moderator, but I think also as a speaker and the person who has given us so much to think about. Any questions, please? Must be a fantastic presentation, no question. I just want to put one thought in your mind, that there is an elephant in the room. We talk about digitalization, we talk about explosion in terms of internet, we talk about data centers, shipping, you mentioned 2.5% of the global emissions, and we are meeting together and we do so much deliberation, and IMO is helping us to control this emission. The data centers contribute 0.3%, upwards of 0.3% of the global emissions, and it is on the rise. By 2030, if we look at the entire ecosystem, data centers, the internet users, our WhatsApp and Facebook and all that, it might go up to 8% global emissions. So while on the shipping side, we are trying to bring it down, but on the digitalization and the use of data centers, the cooling towers that you require and the emissions, it's huge. It's absolutely huge. So thank you so much. And I'm going to be talking to you about working with you in terms of university giving support on this one. This is absolutely amazing. Okay, so our next speaker, as Sonia would say that, can you please give a round of applause to Captain Verghese? Our next speaker for the session is Mr. Willem Molker, Sales and Marketing Director of Alverdi Damen. Willem is the Sales and Marketing Director at Damen Shipyard, Sharjah, UAE. Mr. Molker has he has more than 25 years of experience in marine, shipbuilding, and offshore sectors, starting with 10 years at sea as a marine engineer based in Holland. In 1997, he joined Lloyd's Register of Shipping, and from 2008, he spent 6 years leading the Lloyd's sales activities in China and the Middle East. He joined Damen Shipyard, Sharjah in July 2014. Mr. Molker gained his BSc in Marine Engineering from the Rotterdam University of Applied Sciences in 1986, later following that up with a postgraduate degree in Business Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause and welcome Mr. Molker.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning all. So you can see our beautiful shipyard in the background here. We are part of the Damen Shipyard Group, and I'm here this morning talking to you about our wish to become the most sustainable and connected shipbuilder in the world. About 3 years ago, our current CEO took over from his father, and he had to set his goals for the next 25 years. So this is our mission, is to become the most sustainable and connected shipbuilder in the world. And this goes quite far. In Europe, we are measuring, like we've heard the last couple of days, you know, to measure is to know. So we are measuring our emissions on ship design, shipbuilding, also driven by the global attention for emissions. And a lot of our customers are actually forcing us to do this. It's early days here in the Middle East, as we all know, but at some point it will come here as well. So today, I thought I would take something practical. Damen built ferries for Vancouver, and these are all electric ferries. And it's a very good example of the implementation of our mission. These vessels are built for Vancouver. One of the good things about projects like this is that the owners have a 25-year lifetime horizon, so it's not some asset player who wants to run it for 3 years and then sell it on. Because the business case for renewable is only viable if you have a really long-term view. The other thing is that, of course, it needs to be sophisticated for the passengers, but it still has to be simple enough for the crew to operate. So here you see the vessel and the route. This is in Ontario. The beautiful thing about these ferries is that they have a fixed route, so they're very, very suitable for electric. They have a fixed route. You know the distance, so you know how many batteries you need. You can put a plug station on either side if you need. And this is a development that we're seeing now across the group. We are developing all-electric tugboats. There's one now on its way to New Zealand, and I'm sure we'll read all about it in the coming months, so maybe that's a topic for next year. That's an 80-ton tugboat, 100% electric. And this ferry is also 100% electric with the backup power. The interesting thing on this vessel is that it has emergency propulsion, so generators for propulsion when the batteries run out. But these vessels actually sailed from Romania, where they were built, all the way to Ontario on their own power, on the backup power. So it was a 50-day voyage from Romania to Vancouver on its own keel, running on the diesels. And when it came to Ontario, it started electric operation once it was charged. So here you see the route. There is two types of ferries. There is a 68-meter one and there is a 98-meter one. Crossing time 20 minutes. You can see it's a relatively short distance, around 3 nautical miles. So again, it's very suitable for electric because you can charge on either side. These vessels can do around 12 knots with 4 thrusters. They have a battery capacity of 2,000 kilowatt hour. And you can see the charging power is 1,000 DC voltages. And then they have the backup generators, 2 Cat engines of 600 kilowatts each. So in my simple engineering mind, if this thing runs electric, it basically saves 2 big Caterpillar engines running. So the reduction in CO2 emissions is quite dramatic. We realized very early on that the electrical system and the charging system was key and that the design was key. We had some adventures in hybrid systems with diesel/battery, like power shaving. That was not very successful because the systems didn't really interact very well. So now, if you see our current projects, it's either 100% electrical or 100% something else, but the combination, mechanical and electrical, at the moment we're not pursuing because it was just too complex. So this was all developed together with our partners. It was optimized. It will only work when you somehow take the whole chain into consideration. Where is this power coming from? You build a green ferry, but if they charge it with a nuclear power plant, then how green is it? Right. So it's all analyzed and optimized in all aspects. Of course, it's based on the shore infrastructure. The charging stations were specially developed. The sailing area, of course, was taking part of it. A very efficient hull. And then together configuring the best suited propulsion train. So it was quite complex. You can see a utility supplier was part of it. The shore buffer, there is a shore battery to reduce the charging time. There's a charger, of course. Of course, there is a very special connector. You don't want to risk any member of the crew putting in a 1000-volt socket in somewhere, so it's all protected properly. You can see there is a charging station, 4 megawatt charging station. So it's quite complex. And at the bottom you can see some of the partners that worked with us. Danfoss, Eekels, or all our usual Damen partners who helped us to develop this. It was a true one-team effort. Why is it? Okay. A true one-team effort that was combining knowledge and get to the best experience for the customer. Propulsion, engines, generators, alarms, bridge equipment, everything had to be integrated. It was done by our people, but of course they could not have done it without all the suppliers you see in the cloud there. So there is a shore buffer. It basically is charging when the vessel is not there to reduce the charging time. There's a charger. There is a special connector. There's also a mooring solution with a semi-automated or automated mooring system. So this is going towards the autonomous. But we are, as a builder, we are very conscious that if you have a passenger ferry or something with people, you need to be very careful to be completely autonomous. But it's definitely less people. So here you can see some pictures of the mooring systems and the charging connectors. It is designed to work fully autonomous. It's working also fully autonomous. And of course, there was a big discussion to satisfy the local requirements on safety, connection time, and environmental conditions. And the operators and the city, they took a big voice in how to do this. Of course, we also have a monitoring system and data system. Damen has their own system as well for capturing data and analyzing performance. It's really interesting to see so many people raising this the last 2 days. It seems there's a lot of people looking into this. And we can also monitor this vessel remote, or these vessels remote. It's also been digitally tested like a digital twin. And then, of course, the picture physical testing has also been proven in real life. If you look at the emission reductions, so yearly emission reductions, it's 2,700 tons of CO2, basically 20,000 cars, NOx. So roughly it saves about 20,000 cars, 50,000 cars on sulfur, on particles even more. But it's a massive reduction, and this is sailing full electric. This is a series of 4, 2 big ones and 2 small ones. The first one was delivered without the batteries because the batteries were not ready at the time in terms of capacity and technology. So the first vessel ran for a while on diesel only, and then it changed to electric. So these reduction figures are actually real reduction figures. We have seen it in the first vessel. Also, if you see what's happening here in the Middle East, ferries have been discussed in Abu Dhabi and the World Islands. So definitely something like this would also work very well in this area. So that's the end of my presentation on the technical side. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank
you, sir. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. Any questions, please? Anyone? I think one question which he himself has answered so very well, that though we have the electrical vehicles, the EVs, everything, not just ashore or at sea, but even on land, what about that electricity? What about the coal produced or electricity being produced by the tidal waves, or it's the hydro? That's very important. So the concept of well to wake versus tank to wake, I think that's very important. So would you like to say a bit more about that, sir?
Thank you. It's a very good question, and also a topic which is very close to my heart, right? So the business case for electric is a no-brainer. If you hear the stories about Teslas, people tell me that it costs 15 dirhams to charge a Tesla compared to filling it up with at least 150 dirhams worth of fuel. So the power requirement and the money is a no-brainer. But yeah, where is this power coming from? And are you actually reducing CO2, or are you just moving it to somewhere else, right? So for this, I don't know. I don't have the answers on Vancouver, but Canada is very environmentally friendly, so I can only assume that they are using green or greenish power to do this. The tugboat that I was talking about, I know a little bit more about that. That is for New Zealand, and that is actually charged by hydropower. So that vessel is definitely zero emission. It's hydropower produced electricity. So that's really is a zero impact propulsion, which is really interesting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. One very quiz before I come to you. A very quick quiz. Which country produces almost 99% of electricity from hydropower? Norway. And which country produces more than 85% from coal? Not just coal, from lignite. I think it is Poland, but I would be corrected if somebody finds better answer to that. Not China. It's Poland. All right? So, yes, sir.
Being totally not an engineer, so be totally unaware of, but is that feasible also on bigger vessels for transport, or is something that can only be done for, let's say, smaller vessels like tugs or ferries, like in this case?
The big issue with renewables or carbon reduction on the marine infrastructure is that there is no no-brainer solution. The solution is different for every different application. So for global transportation, even if there was a battery big enough, there would not be any room for cargo left, right? So the batteries are not there, and the efficiency is not there. So for now, also especially the Dama market is short sea or regional. So we are focusing on short sea, but we have now groups running to look at environmental diesel, which is a transition fuel, of course, but it would also be very suitable for this ferry because it could have run on green diesel to Canada, right? We're looking at methanol, we're looking at LNG, we have looked at LPG before, and now, but our conclusion for now is that batteries for the short distances, batteries is the easiest, especially driven by people like Tesla, because these guys have driven the price of battery per kilowatt down by 90% already, and they say it's going to get even cheaper. So the easiest thing for the short distances for sure is batteries, and they get better every year. They get better and they get cheaper. Yeah.
Hey, when you said short distances, approximately on a full charge, okay, what is the distance that the ferry can run, and what is the charging time which is taken once for charging the entire vessel?
The short answer is I don't know. I need to ask. right? But of course, it was developed for this route. So I'm pretty sure there is maybe 2 or 3 voyages worth in the batteries. But you're talking, at 12 knots, you're talking maybe 20 miles or something like that. That's what I would expect without charging. That's why it also has the backup generators. So for longer voyages, you just, when you see the power drop, you start the diesel, and providing you're running some kind of environmental diesel fuel, you can still satisfy the CO2 reductions. But yeah, the total distance it can travel on the batteries only is very limited. 10, 15, 20 miles, something like that.
Okay. And just my next question, we had a supply vessel, okay, and which had a container which was partly battery operated, which took a significant part of the deck space away, which you rightly pointed out. So when you said you had a anchor handler, okay, so do you have this battery on deck, or is it in the engine room itself?
We are, as we speak, we are electrifying one of a PSV for the local owners, because Saudi Aramco is now actually requiring this in some of their tenders. So they have bought a battery pack, and yeah, that is on a mezzanine deck at the end of the accommodation in a dedicated room. To try to lift it off the deck to keep the deck space clear, but it's on the second tier of the accommodation. That's where it's intended to be. But then, of course, you need to move the emergency generator, because batteries and fire do not really go together. So you need to be able to flood the room. It's quite complex. But yeah, you lose either cargo space below deck or space on deck. It's very voluminous.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Willem, it's not a technical question, but you mentioned that everybody's talking about platforms, and Damen is also in the race. And like the .com business, when it started, everybody was into the race. Now you're left with just Microsoft and Mac and probably Linux on the network system. How many would last in this race, and why is Damen moving from core to non-core? Just to diversify, or is there other thinking behind it?
Well, we are from Holland, right? So we are normally on the forefront of these things, but also most of our top 10 global customers are forcing us to do that. They have committed that the vendors that deliver to them are part of their footprint, right? It also comes with this Poseidon thing. In Holland, a lot of our customers are referring to the United Nations, those 13 or 14, this picture with 15 items. So in the tender document says that you have to prove where you are on item number 7 of the UN climate goals.
Yeah. But my question was, you could buy versus make. So
Yeah.
the likes of Inmarsat, Kongsberg,
Yes.
Wärtsilä and others are there to offer as your collaborating partner.
Yeah.
But why would you want to make it? What's the business model thinking behind it?
Yeah, we are delivering 150 vessels a year. So for us to pay $10,000 per vessel, it very quickly becomes a business case. Why don't we make something ourselves? But the race for data is now definitely. I heard a few questions this morning. Who owns this data? If you see people like Caterpillar, Kongsberg, all the main Rolls-Royce, all the main suppliers to the marine, they all generate their own data. And of course they own that data, but they have to make some available on the ship's network for the vessel to run. And we are very interested in that data from a service and guarantee perspective. We had people claiming for a whole new engine when we could prove to them that somebody had accepted the low oil alarm for about 3 days, right? So that business case was very clear. So personally, I am with you, right? Don't try to be good at everything. Just use people who are good at something. But when you deliver 150 ships a year, it becomes a very expensive exercise if you outsource this.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Willem? You were in Hong Kong, or you were based in China in 2008? In Shanghai. No wonder I didn't see you in Hong Kong. All right, another food for thought before we move on to the next one. You see, we talk about Sea Cargo Initiative, we talk about Poseidon principles coming from the bankers. Now you have Poseidon principles coming from the underwriters too. So all these things are happening, and the top class organizations, the large miners and other people, they are actually making sure that people comply with all this. The worry comes when the smaller traders and some of the operators, whom we normally call fly-by-night operators, will dump quality owners for 2 cents a ton, 5 cents a ton. I think unless that thought process, thinking and expectations and the attitude goes through a major dramatic change and everybody starts feeling that it's important and environment is everybody's responsibility and not the responsibility of Cargills and Nordens and Clevernesses and BHP and Vale and Rio Tintos of the world. It's responsibility of each and every person who is a stakeholder in the maritime ecosystem. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we move on to our next speaker, Mr. Aftab Hassan, of Risk FC and CEO of Arya Insurance Brokerage. He is an elected representative committee member and Secretary General on the Board of Insurance Business, the Assurance and Industry, and a member of the United Risk Reduction, UN, Private Sector Alliance for Disaster Resilient Society, RISE. He was conferred as award at the 4th edition of the UAE India Economic Forum organized by the Bloomberg Middle East and Bloomberg Economic Times. He has been frequently speaking at summits and often opinion and analysis on global and emerging, but are limited to Global Economic Summit, Middle East Africa Insurance Conference, Shiptek, Offshore and Oil and Gas Industry Rendezvous, Cybersecurity in Bank Conference, Trade Finance Conference, etc. My apologies because I got a little bit messed up in my wordings over here. I'm just reading verbatim. Can we have a round of applause?
I should say good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And basically, I said to the organizer, just make it short, and because what happens is that the subject which yesterday, I think you were bombarded with many speakers in different profile, but the main issue was shipping decarbonization. So I was also asked, like, what you're going to contribute this year. Of course, this is something which is a burning topic. This is something which is everybody is expecting at this particular moment, like to see where we are heading. As you see that COVID-19 has given a lot of lessons to all the industry, and it has reshaped also the shipping domain, I should say, not the other trade as well, but the insurance area as well, because the landscape on the risk management side has forced the insurance landscape to change the way it used to practice. And if we talk about marine, definitely is not something which we can ignore, because 85% of the world cargoes we move through ship. And then with an unprecedented this COVID-19 pandemic situation as well, what we have seen is the most severely affected industry which are in this also is marine and shipping, aviation, and other class like finance and banking sectors and all. So when we looked into this area, there's one area which was also very important, which was ignored, you should say, to the insurance industry in common, and which was not aligned with what we are talking about today, shipping decarbonization, or we are talking about eco-friendly environment, make the ocean safe, and with the new build which are coming or will be forced to change those vessels, what will be the impact, and who are going to gain out of this, who are going to lose out of this. So this is something which is very important, and I thought of to cover. So of course, that's my first. It's not. Yeah, it's not working. Okay. So that's the disclaimer, so that nobody takes my word as and take it as granted, because that's my personal opinion rather than my company and rather than my other stakeholders. So as we know, COP26, that is the date, which was 26th of October. United Nations has, in conjunction with the General Assembly, they called, and 200 signatories, they were there, which was called to action, not only for shipping, but the world itself to make a safer place. And one of this was also shipping. Whereas there was a commitment from national government and international regulators to establish a policy framework as such that they should ensure the industry, the goal of decarbonization in shipping as well by 2050. This is what we heard with all the speakers yesterday as well. So when we talk about shipping decarbonization, of course, the first thing which comes, and as you saw explicitly, that the ship which was carrying with those smoke, which I have shown there, was one of the parameters which I wanted to show that, yes, this is something which we should stop it there. But just to add there, shipping is not only one of the industry which is polluting our water. More than that, everybody knows that aviation is the big time catalyst for the globe to have more carbon emission than the shipping industry. So there's in other conference I was talking about on aviation. Today I got the opportunity to talk on shipping as well. So as we know that the call to action for shipping decarbonization, as we say, was made. And the key government action, number one, was to commit to decarbonizing international shipping by 2050. So these policy framework should be supported and by the intermediate goals of having at least 5% zero emission fuel in international shipping by 2030, while the necessary infrastructure for scalable zero emissions fuels and energy resources, including like production and distribution, storage, should also be in place by 2030. So this was, which we all know, I'm just giving a little preamble to that. So there was a launch of UN-convened Net Zero Insurance Alliance, which, if you all know, that 7 of the major reinsurers, they joined hands together and they came, a number of insurers and reinsurers, other than they supported that cause, and in cooperation with UN Environmental Program, which are working to establish the net zero Insurance Alliance, which is also called NASIA. And then comes on the financial sector, which includes insurance, was the Poseidon Principle and for marine insurance, which established a pioneering framework to engage with the shipping industry and support the net zero insurance. These 7 companies, which includes AXA, Allianz, Aviva, Munich Re, SCOR, Swiss Re, and Zurich Insurance Group. They were the first one. They shared the opinion that the global reinsurance industry can perform a key role in accelerating the transition to a resilient net zero emission, and how that we have to see. At least it came like in line with the 1.5 degree centigrade target, which we are talking about in the Paris Agreement on climate change. These initiatives are beneficial to speed up the decarbonization efforts in the maritime industry, which will help the reinsurers to evaluate and assess the need when they come from not only marine cargo, but also for the fleets and the hulls which they cover themselves. The rapid action also was discussed by IMO to convert the existing fleet, which is a critical issue at the moment, as with these being imposed by IMO, many vessels are going to be non-compliant. So there was a time frame which was given, which is minimum, that we said, okay, these are the minimum parameter by 2030, and these changes in ship design or fuel or propulsion types and infrastructure will affect the risk environment for marine underwriters going forward as well. They therefore will be prepared to assess new risk and potential safety concerns based on underlying principles, and marine insurers are also likely to act as facilitators for decarbonization by offering advice to their insured. Now we know as well that, as I said this, initially on the insurance front, there were 7 reinsurers which they have joined hand, but then 200 members, which was a global initiative, is strengthening the insurance industry's contribution to building resilient, inclusive, and sustainable communities and economies. This under the principle and UN under sustainable insurance, this was decided, and now we are getting from the lawyers as well the new wordings which is being written and provided to the underwriters who are covering the marine insurance, whether it be cargo or for the hull. So this is a opportune time for all of us to see where we are heading, what we are adding from the underwriting perspective and from the insurance perspective as well. If I take in consideration, as per preamble of the UN Environment Programme, Financial Initiative Principles for Sustainable Insurance, the insurance industries, as we all know, the core business is to understand, manage, and carry risk. And with increasing significance assigned to a forward-looking insurance or a sustainable insurance, the business which we are going to conduct and a growing number of insurers joining hand as an environmental friendly, social friendly, and governance, which is called ESG factors, that is going to give a consideration, a phenomenal consideration that in insurance today, across all sector of insurance, this will be affected, and as well as in the marine insurance industry. So what is this Procedian pronunciation? Maybe wrong. It's a French because it was in Paris and that's the it came. So principle for marine. So what it was, we talked about ESG issues as we cover. So this ESG issue has led to some reconsideration within the marine insurance industry. And these insurance companies work on a better understanding and predominantly on the principles to identify and define ESG consideration or standards that will be aligned with the values and commitment which was given from all the companies and participants and the member. And this approach will also guide what information they will seek from client before underwriting. And then the other third parties who are involved, the stakeholders and the shareholders in that, they are also contributing or not. So these are the consideration. And the other consideration may comprise when we talked about agencies involved, when we talked about acknowledging the importance of ESG issues from different industry, such as the company which are supplying the fuel, the efficiency, green fuel we are talking about. Some insurance company also will take in consideration the integrated issues which are aligned with the principle into their corporate strategy. If these things are there, there has to be a good established reporting patterns and procedures to ensure that our underwriter, they will give incentives to those who are following the ESG principle and they are following from their side a sustainable insurance. So this was something which was never thought of earlier. The risk management always on the insurance side was, yes, we do assess the risk in a manner as such. From end destination, a cargo has to be lifted and to the X destination, it has to be delivered. And within that period, the risk which you are carrying was supposed to be covered with certain benefits and all. But things were ignored from the side of the shipping side, whereas insurance industry also has joined hand and they are also going to contribute from their side to give incentive to those who follow this principle. So as we know, the global marine market was valued, in 2020 it was 26.83 billion and is projected to reach 33.90 billion by 2028, which is growing at a CAGR of 3.1% since 2021. In an already volatile marine market with increased claims due to old risks like fire and new ones like cyber and complexities like larger ships, undeclared and dangerous cargo, higher general average cost, increased subrogation challenges. These are all were there. So now we are witnessing this new challenge which is faced by the marine insurance industry due to the new call on action for shipping decarbonization, green fuels, natural disaster, etc. Besides, we are going also to look much better for the marine insurance industry due to the fact on the knock-on impact which will happen. We all know that the hard market, existed before COVID-19 pandemic, and the depressing reality is that still is sustaining, is the same. You have enough capacity in the market, but there is a surge in the price. And this is on multiple class of insurance, not only on marine we are talking about. And insurers are expected to assess their old models of risk assessment, as we said, and new unprecedented risk, which is like we are talking about cyber and other things which has come now recently. So similarly, reinsurers are likely to adjust their product, which they have, and their offerings and their underwriting capacity. Their technology has changed. What they used to do, the underwriting, which now today technology is helping InsurTech has taken a leap forward, and then to mitigate these knock-on effect in order to return to profitability at the earliest, industry is working. Although the impact of all these which I said is severe on the insurance industry, but mind it, once we will adapt to these new normals, it will also create a huge opportunity for the entire industry and for all of us, as we say that with every problem there is a solutions and an opportunity to learn and to create something which is new, which is meaningful, and might give us more option to build our business robust. So with this, I won't take much time because there's a lot coming. The only thing which I can say that I was recently with few Lloyd's Marine underwriters, and I'm amazed to see the amount of claims which has come during this COVID period. Now, probably with this new challenges, this is going to multiply as well, because still the fleet which you have, which are covered, and those vessels which are covered. I was going, in fact, to ask when, about the class, when we were talking about, we have seen the top 10 class of vessels, they all have, when the insurance company, when they go to take the cover, and once they change the class, there used to be always a dispute on certain areas, always. And we have seen that because we have the fleet on our book a lot, which we cover for the people. So now I don't know with this new challenge where we are going to hit, because this is something which is very new. Not even 1 year we have crossed yet. So there will be a lot of waiting to see how we react in the sense the insurance industry and the shipping industry. But we had to align ourselves as such that the world is more safer place, the ocean is more clean, and it is in the benefits of all. Thank you very much all for listening me. Any questions, please?
Thank you very much, sir. Absolutely excellent presentation. Before I open to the floor for questions, I have got two very small ones. Do you see any shift between captive and mutual, or people are still happy with the status quo?
Yeah, that's a very nice question. Now, the issue is, first of all, when we talk about captive is a very good solution, which used to be and still will remain, okay? But that will go for not the mid-sized companies with a smaller fleet. It will help always when you have a bigger size of fleets, and then that helps. Because normally the assessment of the underwriter on the captive side is based on certain parameters. With end of the day, as we say, underwriters are also more equipped commercially to take care of their risk, that whether it is viable or not to keep on their shoulder, on their book, so they can identify and quantify that what risk you carry on your shoulder and what are the unprecedented claims which are going to hit, So within that parameter, they used to distribute. So don't take it like, if it is captive, it means it is self-funded, self-insured. No. Of course, we all know that if it is a captive, it means you have a fleet of 100, vessels, and you have brought under captive. But then you also distribute the risk to the big boys, which are the reinsurers, and then based on the risk appetite of those reinsurers, you distribute the risk. So still that, I will say that that is good for the companies. But for those who can't afford captive, you have to still carry on with those cedents, which they will take you 1 or 2, 10, 5 ships which you have within the parameters. And for them will be, I should say that little pinch they will have, because the price what they used to enjoy, and until 2030 I'm talking about, till the vessel will be on float. Until 2030, they will have the pinch that the rates will be a little higher unless they comply. This is if I answer.
Thank you very much, sir. So basically you say that the number of claims but of smaller or less quantum could be under captive, and wherever the poison ratio, the lambda, where the loss given default and probability of default, I'm remembering my cash business school now. So in that case, basically, when the loss given default or loss is very, very high, but the probability is less, then you reinsure it.
Correct.
Right? Okay, any
Accumulation of risk, as we say in
Right.
insurance.
Right. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much for a very nice presentation. For the last 2 days, we've been talking here about the 3 Ds, right? Decarbonization, digitalization, and depeopleization. And depeopleization.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Autonomy. I'm just wondering, now if we're talking, let's say, autonomous container ships, if you see the accidents the last couple of years.
I couldn't hear.
Sorry, if we're talking autonomous container ships.
Yeah,
If you see the accidents from the last couple of years, it's already a massive struggle for the crew today to cope with an emergency. So, being a bit of a cynical engineer, if things go wrong on an autonomous ship, they go really wrong, right? I mean, if a pipe breaks and the build system cannot cope with it and the vessel's on the middle of the Atlantic, it's going to sink. So I think in future with these autonomous vessels, if we're not careful, we're going to end up with possibly a lot less claims, but the claims that are there are going to be massive because it'll be a total write-off. Is there any view from the insurance how they deal with the crew?
Okay, first of all, correct me, you guys, practitioner of shipping, whether we qualify ourselves to say that have we floated a single autonomous vessel on a commercial level? No. So that is hypothetical at this particular moment, this question, but I will answer. Because still it will take more than a decade, somebody said, or, So this is hypothetical. But secondly, even if that happens, Tesla is an example, but claims to be driverless. But the regulator, they have never allowed and will never allow until the whole world sits back of the steering. That's different. It means the infrastructure is not equipped at the moment. We're trying our best. So underwriters now, if we talk about, I just use the word accumulation of risk, which is mainly the buzzword which is used in insurance and underwriters' perspective always, that it all depends upon if you are talking about a risk which is unique, a single risk, or you're talking about accumulation. I don't think, even if they take it that way, the price for Tesla when it started, I'm just giving an example of Tesla because that when they started, it was very high, with the other industry player pitching in on the hybrid cars, like today Toyota, Nissan and all, and they came with a small cars, which are hybrid in nature, and people are buying that. Tesla has to come down with their prices as well. The same way it will be, if I predict from our side as well, that underwriters, they will look into the risk assessment based on something which is prototype, which is going to start, you have to pay for that price. And then once after, certain like parameters will be there, and we will see the data, which is very important, that yes, we believe on you that this vessel, which is autonomous vessel, will take your cargo or your ship from end-to-end destination, and there was no casualty as such. Probably the price will come down accordingly, But then this is all hypothetical at this moment. So insurance doesn't work that way. Insurance is pure metrics, and insurance is pure algorithm. Insurance is pure, if we talk about ourselves, the people in the industry, they take every risk Like, for example, just to change the subject, but it will be very close to you, fire incident happened in big towers here, hotels here. I'm giving here in front of us. Dubai means today is a developed, country. UAE is a developed country. It has happened. But you cannot just say with one fire incident or two fire incident which has happened here that the entire industry, or the construction industry or the building which has been built, they don't carry the fire, the norms, safety norms, which is conducted by the civil defense. You cannot just put it that blame that way. Once or two incident that will happen. The same thing I'm talking about in insurance, it happens. The claims ratio never has gone to that unprecedented level, never, ever. The only time which we have seen, and probably because in our lifetime nobody has seen COVID, and that was the period where we have witnessed the claims in every class of insurance, in every department we have seen that. In Dubai, in US court itself, $20 billion of BI, business interruption, was, the company has to go there. And literally, as we say that when you buy the policy, you don't read the fine line. And when you don't read the fine line, nobody was covered for pandemic. You were covered for business interruption, definitely, and your business were interrupted that time. The same thing it is. So again, you have to look for a valuable consultant, whoever it is, when the ship comes, as we say, to give you to read the fine line as such that you are 100% covered, so that if I don't say 100%, nobody can give that 100%. 99% I should say, or 99.9% you are covered. Hope I gave you the answer.
Thank you. So just one very, very quick question before I let you go. Risk is absolute or it's perception?
Are you married?
Of course. Can't you see my face?
Before marriage, did you have this answer?
No.
Or you are asking this question now?
I don't know.
Okay, so that's the answer. That's the answer. So, everybody, as we say, we enjoy certain risk in life and we can't escape. Correct?
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Someone wants to ask?
Okay, please.
This should be the last answer.
Okay, this is the last question. Yes.
All right, I'll try to be quick on this. What I wanted to ask was, last few years, marine industry has seen a few implementation of new technology, new equipments. We had the ballast water treatment, we had the scrubbers, we have low sulfur, ultra low sulfur, transition fuel, and now electrification. Have you actually, in your experience, encountered any claims that have risen because of these new equipments that have been implemented in this marine industry last 2-3 years? Because we think it came in a hurry, and you might be seeing a backlash on that in terms of claims, practical experience.
See, my background, as you know, coming before marine and shipping, then in insurance. Because I'm a serial entrepreneur. And so my background, you will take it as more on the marine and shipping side, And then, so I'll just give our own example. We used to have our own fleet, which is still we have. I was part of ETA shipping, okay? And we have seen ourselves, one of the example which I'll give you, we were fined by when one of the ship, which was in Halul, the island, where they were delivering some of the cargoes to Saudi Aramco. And we are talking about decarbonization and all those things. But we were fined for polluting the water because there was a spill which happened. We went back to our insurance company, which was carrying the hull and P&I on their own shoulder. And that was a learning experience for me. Because when we had to go to London to fight with the club, without even naming or shaming the name of the club, when they started telling that was your responsibility, first of all, because the vessel, when you take the cover, do you send your vessel for assessment? Because the insurance company I'm talking about, the debate was, because based on the certifications which they had, they have given the cover. And when the problem when this came, they said, no, you gave the wrong certificates and we never tested. So that's the onus was on them, that particular time. So this is, in a good way, I should say, to give your answer that yes, those days, this was not taken care. Now with this, probably things will be different in the underwriting segment. People will take care, more cautious before taking the risk on their shoulder. This is, I can say that. That's the experience which...
So we have to move ahead. Yeah?
I'm available
Thank
here,
you.
so we can
Yeah.
discuss that.
I'm also going to scratch your bin.
Yeah, sure.
You reminded me of the mistake I made 36 years ago. So, okay. All right, sir. Thank you very much. Can we have a big round of applause? So, the next speaker is Mr. Tony Field. Tony is the founding partner of CTC Marine Solutions, Director Consultancy of Vention Global, and the leader of Lloyd's Registers Consultancy in the Middle East and Africa. He spent 22 years at sea, including 8 years as master, serving on a wide and varied range of vessels. For 5 years, he operated his own consultancy company in the US Gulf, specializing in all aspects of cargo operations and S&P, plus damage surveys and incident investigations. Joined Lloyd's Register in 1994, managed NMS for EMEA from 1998 to 2008, then Marine Area Management until 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have Mr. Tony Field. Can I have a round of applause, please?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Listening to the previous speakers and everything, there's a lot of great debate and a lot of great thoughts. And on the technical side, I think, as usual, shipping has probably started to get things moving. I wanted to talk a little bit about what sort of impact is going to happen for decarbonisation regulations, and it's probably got a lot to do with all the regulations coming in the future. But what impact it has on the maritime industry, on the seafarers. When I say seafarers, this is quite wide, I think. Not only the people on board, but the shore-based technical people as well. They need to be thought about. And also the regulators, because I don't believe the regulators can regulate properly unless they start to understand what the issues are. In this area, I think there's three things to be considered. Firstly, the seafarers and the associated people are going to be affected by the competence. The seafarers normally are very competent if you train them properly, if you give them the opportunity. They're very, very capable of doing this. But they need to have this opportunity and be trained. And it's not only the training, but it really is the experience as well. Safety, yes, connected to the competence, but how do we keep the new technology safe? What's this got to do with decarbonisation? Well, I'll talk about that in a minute. And last, but probably not least, what's the workload going to be for all this decarbonisation? I saw just from the last presentation, which was excellent, by the way. I'm not saying that, but then there was all these areas being mentioned that they will want information from here and information from there and everything. Where are they going to get this information? Because a lot of the shoreside organisations these days, they just ask the ship and expect it's going to come. I don't know how big they think the the ship is and how many people on board and whether they've got a nice big office like they have. But, you know, we have to be careful in this area. Yeah, why to discuss this? Interestingly, I looked at all the organizations which are looking into the technical, financial, and regulatory aspects. I think a lot of them, probably 80% of what I'm talking about here, you know, the technical side and all that, they're doing a very, very good job of putting things together. But interestingly, because I looked on all these sites, nothing's looking at the competence experience required by the seafarer or the shore technical staff to operate effectively, plus the additional activities. There's nothing on there. And it was interesting, one of the other presenters was talking about the UN Global Contract. And there, I actually thought, this looks very, very good. So not only was I looking on it, I thought, well, okay, I'll see if my company can be part of this. And great, so I got everywhere and I got down the list of everything that you needed to do. And on the selection criteria, there was oil and gas, there was the airline, there was this, there was a corner shop and everything else on there. Nothing, no button to press for shipping or maritime. You know, again, when I say we're being forgotten, maybe we don't publicize ourselves so much, but we really need to get this. So another great organization, which when you want to join, you can't put you can't put shipping in. So, yeah, looking into this, all the websites there, I really think, you know, we need to start discussing with them. One of the things that they need to address is the people attitude. I liked Willem's comment just a minute ago. I'm not sure he's still here, but, you know, about dehumanization. You know, we need, you know, we're still going to be around for quite a while, so we do need to consider this. So, yeah, the regulation challenge. Ballast water treatment systems, the IMO, DCS, etc., sulfur 2020. Did we do very well at these? No, I don't think any of these have been a total success. The ballast water systems initially took a while for them to get it right. And again, don't particularly blame the equipment manufacturers. It's not that, but you know, were the regulations put down quite as they need be? Were the objectives in the right, you know, right for them to work on? The EU MRV, to me, the amount of data that they want, if they need all that data to understand whether the ship is performing, I don't understand what they need all that for. I mean, do we need to go to that finite detail? Is it fit for purpose? You know, and you know, the sulfur 2020. Well, I think it's very, very good at the moment. I mean, what is it? There's a 300 spread down in Fujairah between the two fuels. You know, part of CTC, we represent a scrubber manufacturer. I mean, this is great for me. But really, I shouldn't have that business. Really, it shouldn't be there. They should have got the legislation right in the first place, so that you know this doesn't crop up. But you know, there again, because of all these, the seafarer, most of the time, even though this is supposed to be automated and everything, they've still got extra workload here. So, yeah, I think the impact will be high risk if we don't address some of these areas. Some shipping companies are already taking actions. One, I don't know whether the speaker yesterday mentioned it, I was talking to him about a week ago, but their company has a total wide range of vessels and everything, and they can put if they have a new fuel, they can put somebody onto those vessels and train them to go onto another vessel. But not many companies do. So we do need to make sure that the seafarers are trained. And additionally, in the end, they want artificial intelligence, AI, to start operating things. I think it will come and have no objection to it. But one guy I respect a lot does this for a living, and he said there is absolutely no way that we will get the right answers from artificial intelligence unless we get good input. And to get good input, we need the people to tell us all this. And so if we don't train the people to do everything with decarbonisation first, to put it into the AI, you won't get the right answers. And I think this is not only for AI, and decarbonisation, this is for a lot of things. We have to make sure now that we're getting the right input. So, we still need to make sure that we keep the training and experience of the seafarers to the high standard that it's been for, the last couple of 100 years. So, what do we do about all these different fuels? I don't have a comment on any of them particularly. I think they've all got their merits, and eventually I probably think that most of these will actually appear as a fuel somewhere. But, how do we make sure that on board that the safety is there? How do we train the people on board the ship to work on these vessels? I mean, many years ago, you would have, when there was, well, not exactly two fuels, because they may have used the same fuel, but the two ways of powering the engine, you had motor and steam. And then we made the poor guys actually go and take a separate certificate for these things. Now, I am not advocating that. That is old hat. But we still got to make sure there's got to be somebody on board that ship that understands this. If we look at the, an LNG vessel, then you will have a gas engineer. They have increased the requirements for being on a tanker or a gas carrier with extra certification and, more importantly, extra experience. Again, I don't think it probably has to go quite that far, because we're talking about fueling the engine, not the whole, the whole cargo. But there has to be some thought about this and how you're going to help the seafarer get there. So, as I say, I don't understand this. I thought it was very interesting about the battery power. And yes, I think for short sea, this is, this is very good. But all the rest, I think we need a lot more training happening there. Another point that was made by a lot of the speakers today is working in partnership. How do we actually get the training experience requirements right? Interesting about the insurance, saying they're going to be thinking about how to insure some of the decarbonisation. Is this about when they get a claim from a charter, or they get a claim from somewhere, or is it going to be on the safety side because there's just been an incident? I would like to be at some stage actually reassured that when the insurance market is doing it, it is actually looking at the risk. Because a few years ago, I did a consultancy in the Lloyd's of London for one insurance, and their risk seemed to be, when this document came round, whether they wanted a part of the insurance, well, it's okay, Harry's in there, so I will sign as well. I think that's being a little bit flippant, but I do believe that they should take a little bit more care, because I think there's also 2% supposed to be laid out for investigation, or at least finding out what the situation is before they before they insure. So yeah, the impact on the seafarer, what will it be? If all these people down here who all have something to do with this, if they don't, then there's going to be a greatly increased workload for the seafarer and possibly the people in in the office. And I don't think the industry is manned up for that. Unnecessary paperwork, reporting. Why? Well, I'll talk in the conclusion about that. Yeah, workaround for poor technology. Now, again, please, I'm not saying that the equipment manufacturers are poor at their job. I think it goes further back than that, that their objective hasn't been fully described in the regulation or the objective, because then they will probably get it, they will quite get it right. High risks of accidents. Yes, if people are not trained and experienced, that will be there. And that knocks on to the safety of the seafarers. And yeah, I think there will be a lot of commercial losses if we don't get this correct. I mean, especially maybe not so much when the fuel is on board, but how do they get it there? They're bunkering. You know, this is a very interesting and I suppose you could say one of the most risky activities that a ship takes now, just putting normal fuel oil. With these other fuels, it's going, it will be increased, and it has to be addressed correctly. So, yeah, conclusion. My suggestion is that the future legislation, commencing with a raft of decarbonisation regulations, are fit for purpose. Great having objectives. I don't think many people can argue with the objectives or the general way forward of what the reductions should be. You know, even if they are challenging, very, very challenging, I think people will accept them and, and be part of going for it. But, and the technical requirements have to allow for all sorts of innovation because that's the way we move forward. But, the training and experience of the seafarers and the shore technical staff must be addressed. I think the technical requirements, they must be on a risk base. They shouldn't be defined to constrict the manufacturers how they want to design something, but they have to be the objectives have to be put very, very well, but also on the training and experience. And possibly, can we for once have one set of regulations, not one for IMO, one for the US, one for Marshall Islands, one for Panama, and one for, let's please just try and get one set. We're talking now about 2022. And these regulations, or this decarbonisation is going to go on, and I've heard 2070. So we're talking for 50 years. Surely we can try and get it right at the beginning so we don't get all the people that are sitting here in 30 years' time saying, what were these clowns doing 30 years ago? Why couldn't they make something a little bit simpler? I think we have a responsibility that we should be trying to get this. I doubt whether we will get it perfect, but let's try. I also sort of said I don't think we can achieve this without the regulators having the technical and operational knowledge or access to it, because it would probably be counterproductive for every person that is involved with the regulators to have that knowledge, but have one set of knowledge that they can work on. And lastly, especially, I suppose this is a little knock at IMO, but can we have the time frames in the private sector time, not in the bureaucrats' time? because we have to speed up some of these things. Again, I don't know how. All I want to do is to make sure that when all this comes along, the poor seafarer isn't working 25 hours a day to give everybody pieces of information, which they probably don't need much of it anyway. Therefore, it's not safe because he's tired for the next day. And, you know, the workload is just too much. So, yeah, I think probably I've said enough, because if I go too much further, I'll really annoy somebody. But yeah, please, let's try and get this right for the seafarers and make sure they are trained and experienced in a practical way. And I'm sure that then they will be a good return for their money. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I mean, you saved 4 minutes for the questions, so thank you. We are running a bit late, so just one question, if anyone has got. Yes.
Tony, great presentation. Very, very realistic. You know, with the increase in these regulations, energy efficiency, environmental protection, decarbonization, do you believe shipping will continue to remain a profitable business?
Yeah. I think it will have to. I think it, at the moment, if I can take a little bit of license of what I think you may be implying, there's a lot of people making money out of shipping, and quite often not many people are taking the responsibility for some of the compliance. So I think in the regulations we have to make sure that certain parts are not squeezing another part to do something cheaper, whilst getting the benefit of the regulations. So there, I think we have to make sure that. That's why I think it needs, if we're going to make this a success, decarbonisation and many other things, we've got to start collaborating a lot more. The charterers shouldn't see the ship owner as opposition. They should be working in partnership. The insurance shouldn't be doing the same. We saw a presentation on the banking this morning. But again, everybody has to work in partnership, and it shouldn't all keep going down and down and down till the lowest 2 or 3 denominators end up having to take the brunt of it.
So it's also probably establishing a level playing field.
Yes, I think so. And I think, I don't know how to do that. I'm just a simple sailor. But hopefully, you see people these days, and people mention Tesla, people mention all sorts of people. If you get somebody with a mind like that to look into this, but of course that will take some money. But a lot of the time, if you take if you take some of the development, how much is it? If you've got one cargo of LNG being sold, it's what, 250 mil, I don't know, but it's a huge amount. If you wham just one cargo of that into into research, you would solve a lot of things. I'm only putting it into perspective. I'm not suggesting one company goes and gives away one cargo of it. But what I'm trying to say is that there is money there, and I think also for some of these solutions, we need to bring in the wider community and show them actually what benefit they will get from this. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
No?
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I think the market is so fragmented and the interests are so diverse that it gets a bit difficult to, without regulation, very difficult to have people on the same level playing field. That's my experience as a charterer and an owner. It's very, very difficult, especially dry bulk market. It's so very much fragmented. everybody for himself. 5 cents a ton, that's what it is. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Fields. Now we move on to our next speaker, Mr. Alexandro Tricoli. Please pardon me if my pronunciation is, your name is written different and I'm sounding different. From Fitch or Fishty, Jasmine is going to kill me. Okay, and company to kindly join us on the stage to deliver the presentation. Alexandro joined Fishty and Company in 2006 and is presently a partner at the firm. He specializes in ship finance, ship sale and purchase, construction and conversion. Before joining Fishty and Company, Alexandro practiced in Italy with a top-tier insurance law firm, during which time he also assisted the chair of maritime law at the University of Bologna. Alexandro is the chairman of the Emirates Maritime Law Association and has been consistently named in the Legal 500 EMEA shipping since 2011. So just to define what is this, a professional lawyer who gives sound, relevant advice on the matters at hand, with clients particularly pleased with his expertise and knowledge in the maritime field. This is how the baseline for that being on that list is. He is also included in the list of who's who legal transport and was recognized in 2015 as Shipping and Maritime Lawyer of the Year, UAE by Finance Monthly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have Mr. Tricoli, please.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for having the patience to... Oh. Okay, here we are with the presentation. Well, as you will see, I'll bore you with the part of decarbonization and energy transition, just in case you haven't heard enough in this couple of days. I'll just try to take it from somehow a different point of view. A lot that we've talked about was the money. Where is the money coming from? So we will have an issue, a small talk on the part on the ship finance as well, just to make sure that we cover that part as well. But mainly what I want to do is not really go into details, because you have already heard about all of this. I'm not on the technical side to give you also that part of information. Just what is expecting us, what we can see in the next happening in the next year, in the next couple of years. There are some unexpected event, like this war that is going on at the moment. There are other instead we can try to predict in a more realistic way. So obviously we might want to have a look at that, because in the geopolitical side, on the war side, that might be also something that is as bad as it can sound, say like that, but bring some benefit on the shipping side. We have seen the rates have gone up recently, and somebody was saying where the money are coming from. Well, this is a moment in which maybe the owner can invest some more because of this particular cycle. Obviously, it is also a question of timing when we want to have all this new regulation, all these new parts being in the industry. Well, somebody was saying just now, let's leave it to the private sector to see when all of this, we need the time when we can do it. I'm not really sure that is so much of a good idea, because if you leave a ship owner saying, do you want to invest money to get a greener ship, to do that, to do better for the planet? Well, maybe theoretically everybody would agree, but then when is the time to take out the money is probably not always there. So from my point of view, I believe that some regulation needs to be put in a time frame from the top, because otherwise nobody will ever really want to implement them. We have seen recently, just a couple of years back, with the IMO and the bunkers and trying to change what the bunkers that we were using on board the vessel. Up to 1 month before the regulation came into force, everybody was sort of panicking. There would be enough fuel. What do? We put a scrubber, we put an open, a close. What do? We change the vessel. But in the end, it was not that much of a tragedy. We have survived it quite well. There has not been any particular issue that has created a crisis or the worst case scenario that some people were saying it would have happened on the 1st of January. So why not, even in this case, trying to see what the industry can do to adapt to a certain time frame or to new regulations that are put into the market? Because if we wait for them, maybe may take a little bit too long. So now, I would say this particular last 2 years have been very, very intense from a point of view of events that have happened in the sector. We have seen a lot of different challenges we were maybe not so used to. There has been first the COVID and the disruption that has taken to the industry, and in particular to the poor seafarer, that all of a sudden were the one that got stuck into all the middle. We have seen with the increase of technology, of computer and software on board the ship, an increase in the cyber issue that have come out, and now we've seen we have a lot of new problems with everything that is going on around the world. But maybe we are, having been prepared already, given all the events that have come out before, we will be able to come out of this very in a better way. Now, what is happening? Well, we all know there is a conflict. There is the rates are going up. Prices are going up, everything is going up. Who is going to pay for it? From a legal point of view, it might be worth having a look at if you are an owner or a charter. It might be a good moment to have a look at your charter party and see what is saying about any emergency surcharge that might be incurred, whether it is a matter of insurance, whether it is a matter of bunker, or it is a matter of any other cost, because it is not always very clear who is going to who needs to bear them. In terms of trade, there are obviously routes that are not possible anymore. So there are again a lot of events of force majeure that might affect some of the contract you have entered into. So again, if there are trouble, is a good moment to take out your contract and see all the small prints that normally people don't look at, because there are parts that are closed, parts that are routes that are unavailable, and there might be also a reason to say that there are force majeure also in terms of getting some cargo that might not be available at the moment because of the situation. Again, we were saying routes that are closed. There might be inconvenience at the moment to get into the Black Sea, but as a commercial vessel, normally this all that is going in terms of legally entering the Black Sea should not be affecting you. Insurance in particular, there has been new areas have been added to the war inclusion. So we might want to see depending on where your vessel is going, what are these zone risks, checking with your insurer that your vessel is covered, and who has to pay for any additional cover that is in there. Obviously, if there is a need to purchase some additional cover, it's never really a good idea to avoid that, because you might end up without having insurance. It's just a matter of who is paying for that, and your contract is telling you that. Leaving aside the insurance now for the moment, let's go and say where the money are. On the finance side, we have seen a lot of different trends. We have, in a certain sense, abandoned what is the traditional finance, the usual way of going to the bank and getting a finance for your vessel. This is because the majority of this kind of traditional finance was provided by the European banks that have, since the previous crisis, they're still trying to put their books back in order, and they've sort of trying to get out of a market that is that may be too risky for them at the moment. Obviously, we're not talking about the big companies. The big listed companies will always manage to find this traditional insurance, and banks maybe even fighting to get them better condition to go with them rather than somebody else. But smaller ship owners, which have different kind of guarantee that they can provide, will find it very, very challenging at the moment to get access to traditional finance, particularly with European banks. Locally in the market there are very few banks that offer ship finance option, and even less that are offering the traditional ship finance structure. The majority of banks in the region that are lending to ship owners, whether it's for the purpose of purchasing or any other purpose, are more looking at the finance itself as a corporate finance. So unless you have a proper structure that can guarantee to the bank a return regardless of the vessel, you might find it difficult to find finance, which is in a certain sense contrary to all we know about ship finance, where it's the asset itself that is producing the revenue, and you don't need to have any, you don't need to have so much of a collateral. So all this traditional finance is not that the finance doesn't exist anymore. It's simply being replaced by different type of finance. As it has always been, we've seen in the past there was a large use of alternative structure like the Norwegian bond. Then there has been the moment of the private equity. There has been the moment of the Islamic finance, particularly in this part of the world. What it seems to be the major trend at the moment is the finance from the East that comes in the form of sale and lease back. So recently on the buy and lease back, the big lenders have been Chinese. So the structure is not any different from any other buy and lease back. The lender acquires directly the asset and then leases it to the borrower, which in this case is a charterer, and covering therefore all the expenses. And at the end of the period, the charterer will have an option to buy the asset. So not different from any other sale and leaseback agreement that was used before. But the fact of, you can see how widespread has become this sale and leaseback. Even BIMCO has now come out with a format with this for this particular arrangement, and because at the moment there were probably more ship and lease back than traditional finance. What we have seen recently, with the, following all this, the Chinese lenders, again from the East, the Japanese have come on the market as well, with Japanese operating leases. This is a variation of the traditional leasing. It's something that was more used in the traditionally used in the aviation industry. Now has been tried to be applied to shipping as well, and it seems to be work quite. It seems to be well. I wouldn't say quite well, but it seems to be working also in the maritime industry. So. Again, every time there is a lack of funds, somehow the markets come out with new solution. So this is probably one way or the other also, as we are going to fund all the new requirement with the new era. Now to go back to the green environment and what we have been talking the most during the past during the day and yesterday, you probably heard about this Poseidon principle. Now, is in a certain sense something that is starting from the industry, but it's starting from the other side. So it's not really the users, the owners that have come out with this, but are the banks. They realized that what they were financing was something highly polluting, and they've tried to give some different regulation for their financing. So what this Poseidon principle are trying to do for the bank that applies them is linking not only linking the provision of the funds to the ship owner to some environmental responsibility. So saying, if you want access to the fund, you will need to show us what are you doing for the environment, which again is another push to this environmental change that we are all looking for, but. I'm not really sure how much is going to, how well is going to work. There have already been some drawback, because it has maybe the principle were a little bit too hopeful and optimistic, but is a first step. So by far, I'm not saying that this is anything bad. It is a very good initiative, and hopefully we will see more. It's just that, as everything, when it's in the initial stage, will need to be adjusted to what are the realistic expectations in the market. Now, going to this Poseidon principle, what do we need to? You have talked already about decarbonization and all the going green, and probably in the end, this linking the availability of funds and linking the possibility for a ship owner to access liquidity might really be the push that is needed. Because as I was saying in the beginning, I see, unless there is something that comes from the conscience, from the moral of the company, it's very difficult that a ship owner that, as somebody was saying, is the one that is cash strapped and is always complaining that for one reason or another, regardless of what the market is doing, they're not doing money, will all of a sudden decide to invest a significant amount of money into saving the planet. We have seen it with again going back to the bunker, to the IMO regulation on the bunker. We have seen there was a lot of resistance from the ship owner to the implementation of this new regulation, because nobody really was sure of who would have footed this additional cost. It was probably also an historical moment that was difficult for ship owner, because we were at a very low on what the earning of the vessel was. So nobody was really in a moment in which he could afford to put the extra cash. But what we haven't seen there, and hopefully, you never know, maybe this is the time in which we see, is what Tony was talking about, the industry coming together. At the moment, we are still at a war between the owner, the charterer, the banks, the insurance, and everybody trying to do what they can to come out as a winner of from the conclusion of the contracts. Maybe the moment in which we are going to put in there one new element, that is this green element, that principle rather than the money that is making everyone being able to say, I am the good guy because I'm doing the right thing. Maybe this is the push that might be needed to get them all together, from the bank that are starting to say we are only lending to this kind of people, from the insurance that might have different requirements from different vessels, and particularly between charterers and owners that are the ones who in the end are dictating how the money are going. Obviously, if an owner is chartering his vessel below the OPEX expenses that he has, you cannot ask him also to invest into new research, new technology, new vessel, anything new. But if the charterer, after they made a good reserve in a good market for them, are then able to come together with the owner to find a solution, as we and again, we are not proposing to give a cargo every 10 to research, but to be able to find a solution where everybody can make his own living and set something aside for the planet. This might be the moment in which this may happen. As one of the last bit, I am not sure how much it was talked about yesterday in terms of cybersecurity, is still quite a hot topic in the industry. There has been it is a moment in which there is quite a change, as somebody else was saying before. We still haven't really seen any fully automated vessel going around, but we are probably still a little bit away from being able to do that, because we are, in terms of security, we are not where we may want to be before having enough trust to let our vessel go out without any people. But what I was, since the beginning, one thought that came to my mind in terms of this automatization of the ship and of all this work is also how, I'm not sure how much it has been said on the side of the seafarer, that it seems to be always the last one to be taken into account. With the new trends and the crew reducing on board a vessel, the new technology available, so you can have much easier access to internet and to all these resources that you have at home. It might get somehow at least, to get the crew to isolate, because they are less, they don't see themselves so much, because there are not so many of them aboard. They might prefer to just, I'm tired, I just go into by myself here and read this article or do whatever else I can do, be on Facebook. But so the human interaction might become less and less. And this may get even more problematic when external factors are coming in, like it was last year or 2 years ago with the COVID, and the impossibility to have the usual rotation of the crew. So when already we have a balance that is very unstable, if we go and throw in any external factor that might make it even more difficult, we might get to situations that are escalating too quickly. So it is something that needs to be taken into consideration as well. With this, I guess that my 20 minutes have also been passed, so I've tried to rush a little bit, but I'm around for questions if anybody wants to discuss any of this topic. Thank you.
I mean, such a wide variety of topics which you have covered. It's amazing. Starting from the ship finance, and thank God you didn't get into the IFRS 16 and Basel rules and all that stuff, but fantastic, sir. Thank you so much. So, one question.
First of all, thank you for a wonderful presentation. While hearing you speak, I was thinking that sometimes you are put in to circumstances, and by then it is way too late to correct the situation. Read the phonetics of my sentence. My question is that in ship financing, from a user perspective of those ships, the calculations that goes behind the leasing of a ship or buying the ship and becoming the owner of the ship. So I'm talking about an operator of a ship or the owner of a ship. And the third possibility is to have a situation where you are effectively the charterer of the ship in the form of a COA. You get into a contract of affreightment with a ship owner or an operator. The calculations are very, very different in terms of the mathematics of it. That's point number one. Circumstantially, number of shipping lines you're today seeing, they're talking about their brilliant figures. And this is again circumstantial. Coming back to the other important element which is affecting the shipping world in terms of the mathematics of it, is the concept of insurance. The P&I Club covers certain parts of the world where you cannot simply go without a P&I Club cover. They don't even allow it, first of all, in countries like Yemen and many other places. But when they do, they hike up the insurance, which is in effect also hiking up the cost. Now, this is the second side of it. And the third part of it, and this I say it with a bit of caution, because we have a new concept called the passport, which has come up in the UAE, which we haven't touched upon in the last 2 days. Number of the ports have a disparity of their costs related to even the entry and exit of the vessels. You look at the 3 ports here, or maybe Hamria. You look at Kizad. You look at something what we are doing in Jebel Ali. The port costs vary for the same ship to come in. The last point which is relevant for you to kindly think about and in this presentation, which is wonderfully covering a lot of points, that do we know that there are millions of tons of cargo? Food grains, for instance, 65 million tons going to one part of the Middle East and originating from this part of the world. This doesn't even have a feeder vessel operation. Such is the brilliance of the potential of this market. And we still do not have anyone financing those ships.
Well, rather than a question, I would say that there was a lot of points made here, on which some of them I agree, others not. One of the points that you brilliantly touch upon, that is the elephant in the room that we never want to address, is how this industry is protected. This industry can get away with things that other industry cannot. But the fact that there isn't one supervisory authority, that there cannot be an IMO or a flag that says from now on we charge 1% more in the tonnage tax and we give this to the decarbonization or to recycling or anything else. But it's very difficult to provide this kind of to impose this kind of regulation, because the amount of resistance that is always encountered by them from the industry side is always there. But unfortunately, that is what it is. Is an essential industry that, if it stops even just for a moment, would put the entire world into chaos. So I believe that whoever is in power is always very cautious in poking them too much. Let's put it this way.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we'll proceed with that. And may I have a round of applause for Alessandro? Thank you very much, sir. Ship finance is a very, very interesting subject. May I now have Mr. Jamil Ahmed, Technical Subsea Solutions Marine Services. Mr. Jamil Ahmed graduated with a Bachelor of Engineering degree with honors in Energy Engineering from the University of Leeds in the United Kingdom. He then completed a postgraduate degree in Chemical Engineering with a Master of Science from the University of Bradford, also in the United Kingdom. He initially worked as a petroleum engineer for just over 11 years in the Brunei government before he started his first marine company in 2005. He designed, built, and took delivery of over 11 new-build vessels in his home country in Brunei. Initially working for Brunei Shell Petroleum as an offshore marine vessel contractor. After moving to the United Arab Emirates, he now manages and operates a dive support vessel and has worked extensively in the region since 2013, providing the platform for various subsea construction activities for ADNOC, Saudi Aramco, and other national oil companies in the Gulf through their various EPC contractors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from Mr. Jamil Ahmed. Thank you, sir.
This is next. This previous. This pointer. Okay. This is next.
Okay, fine. All right. Thank you. And don't run away.
I'll try and keep this short. I'm the last presenter. I'm probably the gap filler, and there's more people outside having lunch than inside, so I'll try and speed it up, okay? So the topic is very simple. Green technologies, does this apply to the offshore support vessel market? Okay, so the first thing, what's the definition of green technology or green tech? It's basically technology whose use is intended to mitigate or reverse the effects of human activity on the environment. So we talk about decarbonization, this is it. Okay? So what's the goal? Basically to protect the environment, repair the damage, which honestly speaking is very difficult, and conserve the Earth's natural resources, which is more likely. How does it work? Basically, we want to use green technologies to reduce emissions of carbon dioxide, which we talked about, and other greenhouse gases, CFCs, etc. Okay? Now, so you have a number of green technologies. We just look at 3 of them. Okay? Alternative energy, electric vehicles, and recycling. just hang on. So in terms of alternative energy, you've got solar power, wind power, geothermal, tidal energy. I think everybody knows solar power, large installed bases, wind power, large installed bases, geothermal, limited, Iceland, Greenland, that sort of place, New Zealand. Let me see if I can operate this. Where is the... I need to point to each one of them. Sorry? I need to point to each one. Solar power, wind. There's a link.
Link.
Yeah. So how do I move that? No. It's not possible? Not possible. Not possible. Okay. Can you, each one you click on?
Yeah, I will click here.
Yeah. No, that's not it. Yeah, no, that's not it.
Previous?
No, look. You see this one? Okay. Now what we do? See, the solar power. How do you press solar power? So you have to press solar power. After we go through it, there's a little icon at the bottom. You need to click on it, and we come back to this one. Yeah. Okay. So this is solar power. And as you can see, very good, very efficient. It converts about 26-27% of the sunlight into electricity. But you notice one thing, you need a lot of space, okay? Not so good for vessels. Can we go back? So very green. Okay, the next one is wind power. Okay, really nice, very efficient, all over North Sea. I think it's one of the biggest booms after the dot-com. A lot of people made a lot of money. All the banks loved it, financiers loved it, environmental group loved it. But there's a backstory to this, and let's not go into that. So go back to the other one. Again, lots of space. And the next one is geothermal. Very good. Only a few places have this. And in terms of how it works, there's a little diagram, a schematic. Water is pumped in, and then you get hot water on the other side, runs a turbine generator. They have it, Greenland, Iceland. Very, very efficient. Okay. Go back to the other one. And tidal energy. So this one, again, certain countries in the world, UK, in Wales, in New Zealand, but it's very limited again. Again, not mobile, it's all fixed. There's a little icon right on the right-hand side at the bottom. Just click on that. You see the little checkbox? Okay, so now we go to electric vehicles. That's another type of green technology. So let's look at the famous Tesla, which we discussed. Okay, just click on that. Okay, everybody knows this, very fast, very efficient. No, not yet. Click on the other side. Yes. Nice car, very efficient, Mercedes, lots of these coming up. Next one, just click on this side. And what Willem, is Willem here? No, Willem's not here. His electric ferries, which he supplies to Canada, New Zealand, and probably Norway as well. Okay, now you click on the other side, on the little checkbox. Okay, fine, it's okay. It's all right. Just click on that. Okay. So diesel electric. This is more OSV for the oil and gas sector. Bow thrusters, azimuth thrusters. You have your diesel alternators, and this basically provides electricity. Just click on this side. typical diesel electric vessel. This one's in DMC, by the way. Okay, you just go and click on that. On that side. On the checkbox. Okay, so we've gone through that. Now the last component of green technologies is recycling. We need to conserve the Earth's resources. So if you click on the conserve scarce resources, so just click on this button. Yeah. So the mantra for recycling is reduce, reuse, and recycle. Everybody knows this. Yes, nothing fancy, but that's basically it. You reduce what you're using, you reuse what you're using, and we recycle wherever we can. Click the middle one. And you can segregate all your waste. You know, paper, tin, fruits, you make compost, etc. Okay. One more on that side. Yep. So basically, what you bring out from the earth, you put it back in, and not by landfill, by the way. Okay, just click on that checkbox. Yep. Okay. So the next one we look at as recover the expensive raw materials. Click on that one. Okay, the same thing over here. So in parts of the world where it's too expensive to recycle electronic components, they outsource it to low cost labor countries. Okay, just click on that. And that's gold. Electronic chipboards, etc. Last one. Okay, so it's just recycle. So there's a lot of gold in electronic components, semiconductors, and it's very, very profitable. But you need to have low-cost labor. Okay, just click on that checkbox. Yep. So now we've got all of this. You just click on that last checkbox right at this. Yeah, that one. Okay, so now let's talk about OSV. We are all in that sector, or I am anyway. So this is a typical sector we all work in, oil and gas. We drill for oil and gas. Just click on the next page. Yeah, okay. So you have survey vessels, platform supply vessels, anchor handling vessels, diving support vessels, standby vessels, crew boats. So this is a big overview of what we use in the offshore support vessel market. It's all considered OSV. Okay, just click it again. Okay, so we are looking at two particular vessels. Okay, just click on one. Okay, so PSV and click again, and AHTS. Now let's look at the electricity consumption very quickly. I'm not going to bore you. Okay, just click on that. So the power rating for propulsion, you need for azimuth thrusters 3,600 kilowatts, bow thrusters just under 1,400 kilowatts, accommodation 250. So you need 5,210 kilowatts. Just have that in your mind. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay, so this one is a dive support vessel. Just click on that. So in this case, we have an additional item. We've got a crane. Okay, it's a major crane. So if you look at it in terms of accommodation, this also has more hotel requirements. We actually run a flotel. So we've got 120 beds. So you need about 450 kilowatts just for hotel. Deck crane, 700 kilowatts plus. Total power, 7,590 kilowatts. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, right. So I've just made a simple tabulation. We have the PSV's HTS, 5,210 kilowatts, and the other one. Now, Mr. Willem from Damon Shipyard was telling us that his electric vessels have 520 kilowatts times 4 thrusters, which is 2,080. So obviously, even the lowest one is double, more than double. Okay? So, Can we use alternative energy for this? Solar power? No way. It's just not possible. Can we use wind power? Not possible. So geothermal power? Not possible. Tidal energy? Not possible. So we talk about batteries. Damon Shipyard said they can build it. That's good. It's fixed routes, okay? Where in the OSV sector is very difficult. So for us, yeah, we can't use it. Hybrid, that's a different story, okay? Diesel electric, we looked at it. We can also conserve scarce resources. Yeah, we can do that, no problem. That's our claim to fame. We can conserve resources. We can reuse steel. We can use sustainable substitutes. We can reuse material. And obviously we can recover expensive raw materials. A lot of low labor cost countries do ship recycling. And believe it or not, for a long time, a lot of people didn't like it. When charter rates came down, that's when everybody said, right, let's go and talk to the ship recycling countries. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, China, okay? Okay, so just 10 seconds, okay? We all want to go into decarbonization. We talk about how to go green. So the lithium mining for batteries, yeah, you need lithium to make batteries. Mostly South American, North American, and big chunk in China, okay? So that's it. There's nothing more than that. It's just for you to think about. That is how much of the earth we need to mine to get lithium to make batteries. The one down there, I'm not pro oil or I'm not pro anti lithium. I'm not. I'm just saying let's understand what we're looking at in terms of green energy. That's oil and gas drilling. That's it. Much smaller cross section. Okay. I'm going to end the day. Like I said, more people are outside having lunch than inside, so let's stop it. So let's look at the crude oil price per barrel for the last 2 years. So everything in orange is in the year 2020, and I think you can see where it was COVID, the start of COVID. Nobody knew what was going to happen. This month, it actually shows a higher figure, but it was negative $37 a barrel. They would give you money to take away the barrel in Texas. But since then, it's all gone up. And as you can see, it's going up. And I've actually stopped it here just over $90 a barrel. Yesterday, it was $139 Brent per barrel. Okay? So it's just for us to think about. So I'm sure we're all thinking, for us as in the OSV sector, where is it heading? Okay? That's it. Thank you very much. Time for lunch. One more, brother. Okay.
I think that's fantastic. The beauty is, having different perspectives and putting things forward. And outside you are saying people are having food, but you have given us plenty of food for thought. So we are eating both ways anyway, inside and out. All right, so thank you very much. And over lunch, I'm going to bother you, and so will a few others. Yeah, so we'll move ahead with the next presentation. And can we have a round of applause for Mr. Jamil Ahmed? Thank you very much, sir. It's a fantastic presentation, like a different perspective. Now, let's move on to blockchain. And this is the last but not the least presentation of the day. And I do not want you to feel that you are a stopgap arrangement. Neither, Jamil, for you, that was the purpose. And we value what you're going to say. Yeah. Bilal is the founder and CEO of Carter Capital, a crypto asset management and advisory firm. Bilal is an ex-investment banker, having spent over 6 years at Cohen and Company in London as an emerging market distressed credit trader. Vulture capitalist, is it? All right. Okay, just joking. So prior to this, Bilal was a pricing analyst at Zurich Insurance Group. Bilal has been investing in the cryptocurrency, or rather in the crypto space, for 7 years. Ladies and gentlemen, let us hear for Bilal.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be here. Congratulations, Sohan, Satish, for a great event. Thank you for the invitation. We're going to speak a little bit about blockchain applications in the maritime industry. Now, blockchain itself is a very new space, and as we are seeing, there are applications for many, many different industries, and notably maritime, as we're going to discuss today. Just a brief introduction into what is blockchain and how can we apply this to the maritime industry. A blockchain, very simply, is a database. It's a database that cannot be amended into the past, and it can be viewed by everybody around the world. Meaning, records that are kept last week, last month, last decade, they can never be amended. We call this immutability. So, given that this has a very strong, secure structure, it can be very useful for the maritime industry. And some applications of this can be as follows. One could input vessel and staff unique IDs into the blockchain. As such, you would have an immutable record of the activities, journeys, and tasks that ship and staff members have carried out. This can be very useful because, of course, to be entered into a blockchain, all of the data must be uniform. We will do away with different entities, companies, regulators having different modalities of data input. This can immediately be very beneficial. CDCs, or sailor passports, can also be put onto the blockchain. We can immediately track the activities, the skills, the qualifications of all sailors around the world. As such, an entity can select the best staff at any given moment for their vessel and voyage. One of the great applications of blockchain is that many, many different stakeholders can plug in to the blockchain. For example, let's think of a real-world situation. Cargo loaders in a particular dock can automatically inform everyone else that they are loading 50% of the amount of cargo that had initially been planned for. As such, less fuel would be required. This supply chain information passes from the cargo loaders automatically to the fuel suppliers seamlessly, doing away with the need for intermediaries and conversations. I'm sure you guys can start to see how blockchain can immediately improve the operations in the maritime industry. It's not just numerical and financial data that can be stored on the blockchain. We can have qualitative data as well. For example, we can have live weather feeds feeding into our maritime blockchain, being reflected in new shipping routes automatically being produced in light of the weather forecast. And of course, this will be continually updated at all times. An intrinsic part of blockchain is cryptocurrency, as I'm sure have all heard. Total crypto market cap at the moment is around $1.75 trillion, and it has been as high as $3 trillion in the last 12 months. Crypto, of course, allows for a seamless, intermediary-less method of payment between stakeholders. If we look at the maritime industry, one could foresee an example where a ship operator could pay for their docking fees in Hong Kong dollars. They could then pay for their fuel from bunker in Danish kroner, salaries for their staff in Indian rupee, and offshore carbon credits in US dollar, all seamlessly, without having to deal with banks or any sort of intermediary. This space is most definitely evolving. Applications for the maritime industry are being configured at all times. And we'd love to hear your thoughts now and into the lunch break. If you have any questions, comments, ideas, happy to receive them and discuss with everyone here. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can I have a big round of applause for Mr. Bilal Ahmed. And with that, I hand over back to our most beautiful, wonderful, smiling, energetic Sonia.
Thank you so much for those kind words, sir. And thank you so much to our speakers and our esteemed moderator as well. Wonderful presentations indeed. With this, we have come to the end of our day 2 of our conference. I request Sir Sohan Roy onto our stage to kindly present our speakers and our esteemed moderator our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. First, I invite Mr. Jagmeet Makar, our esteemed moderator, to kindly come to the stage and accept our token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir, for moderating it with such finesse. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. I now request Dr. Abdul Rahim, Managing Director, Middle East and South Asia, Class NK, to kindly come to the stage and receive his certificate. Is he here? Okay. Moving on, I invite Captain Abhay Nimbalkar, Specialist Marine Support Vessels, ADNOC Group. A round of applause, please, for Captain Abhay. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. Now I request Mr. Hisham Mustafa, Sales Manager, Middle East, Storm Geo, to kindly come to the stage and accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. Next, I invite Captain Thomas Verghese, Managing Director, Synergy Mid-East Ship Management, to kindly come to the stage and accept our token of appreciation. Is he here? Moving on. Now I invite Mr. William Welke, Sales and Marketing Director, Al-Bawadi Diamond, to kindly come to the stage and accept his token of appreciation. Do we have him here? Okay. Next, I request Mr. Aftab Hassan, Chairman, Risk Exchange DIFC Limited, to please come to the stage and accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed speaker. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. Now I invite Mr. Tony Field, founding partner of CTC Marine Solutions, Director, Consultancy of Vention Global, to kindly join us on stage and accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, our esteemed speaker. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. Next, I request Mr. Alessandro Tricoli, Partner, Head of Shipping, Department, Fishday & Co., to kindly come to the stage and accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. Finally, I request Mr. Jamil Ahmed, Terminal Subsea Solutions Marine Services, to kindly join us on stage and accept our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. Now I request Mr. Bilal Ahmed Mir, founder and CEO of Carter Capital, to kindly come to the stage and receive our token of appreciation. A round of applause, please, for Mr. Bilal Ahmed. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. And thank you, sir, Sohan Roy, for being the best pillar we have ever seen. As we draw curtains on Shiptek 2022, I would like to start by thanking our moderators, speakers, for their thought-provoking presentation and discussion, sponsors, and a lovely, lovely audience. Without your support, this event would not have seen this success. And every year, you have made sure this event moves up to greater heights. So thank you so much, and a big round of applause to all of you present here today. I hope this event was able to reach up to your optimistic expectations, and we would love to hear your feedback. Delicious lunch has been served outside. We wish you further productive and good time ahead. With a hope to see you all next year for our next edition, Shiptek 2023, planned on 15th and 16th March 2023. This is me, your host, Sonia Das, signing off. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much.